It is finished. Dinala so. Maestro da babano. Dinala mo. Mr. DJ. Wamu jumi bina. Daddy Lumba bueno. Yedi bet mi meswana miko. Eji na monyo mana. Daddy Lumba bueno. Kwanume anume. Emreswa namiko. Jumanity baby ba. Abi munyu. Papa masamnyo. Mama samana walkeyo. Now I drop it. Namabuama. Bounce no de mashe. Osama. You black the jimmy. Mabuama. Bounce no de mashe. Osama. You black the jimmy. Sana someone to a net beat in the bed. SO beat in the floor. Onto Ada. Sana some to that until there is no. Ibina militio. Abla boy of Jerry Akameko. And you be a yanko. I'm watching my school of Bujuba, so pardon no one so in Jumia, first day I'm at the Busia, Shazamina, Moshaya, Subewunda. Finally, DJ drop far, Namabuama, bounce and no one the message. Osama, you black the Jimmy. Mabuama, bounce and no one the message. Osama, you black the Jimmy.
Unimako.
Top and top. El Chervano. Go. Stop.
Eight time we drop another. Unimako. Unimako. Best effort. Unimagu. One side. Shoulder. One side. Shoulder. One side. Shoulder. One side. Shoulder. It's a woman to me number. And I remember we email. Me pet to mutanka. Me no me pet details. Me no womanizer. That's me pet females. Putumbu banza. Send me videos.
Top.
I'm riding me too. I should too. Salama too. Opili me checking me yada me too. Rakia too. Memuna too. One side. Shoulder. One side. Shoulder. One side. Shoulder. One side. Shoulder. Unimako. Unimako. Best effort. Unimago. Magana mama go to Pande, say on you Nikita Moses Moma.
Naya Bingi. One room.
Unimako. Unimako.
Baby view. Mafao man Samukan. Ejama man fao man fan Samukonu. Baby view. No found man, say, mo can shadi, jamanelo papo, a piamanelo papo, a jamanelo papo, a piamanelo papo, a jamanelo papo, a piamanelo papo, a jamanelo papo, yeah, I'm piamanelo papo, but I say, but when you miss me in a children, still also on check, I feel my baby, I love you, your son, I'm pure. But when you miss me in a children, still also on check, I feel my baby, I love you, your son, I'm pure. A jam, I'm found, my friends, I'm
Ebusia for yenim se mafia yes so ya film na the technical difficulties kakra ine de nyame adoma ekwan ada ho nti we are here representing live. This is High Life Radio, variety night coming to you wherever you are. Yeah, the more someone joining in. And the 26th day of September, I hope so. Bia hoye come. Corey Kazumbi CK Melania. Hey, we did it. I'm here. As advertised,
Instagram.
and ye bedi nkomo kakra. Yene nipa kakra be twetwe nkomo omo ye enyoma nice. Ewo community mu ewo Ghana.
Yes,
and we want to talk to them and see what they are up to. As you know, interview general. Where is this video? Oh. I'm sure I did. Okay. Ekwe jewelry waha. Ami ebe static media na me. Ekwe na bibia te sen. What me to home? Hey, because I would say, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What me to want to make on cafe? Okay, let me just say bibia te sen. You have to speak so I can know our audio is out.
Super duper.
Okay, all right. And then your first interview, a social media sensation. Your friend KyeiNWom. I follow for a while. I follow me for a while, and I think he's. I'm not sure exactly when he started, the whole shebang, but and then Nyame we have him here to have a conversation with. Now, for those of you, in case, I doubt if there's anybody who doesn't know him, but in case, video that this is one of his videos.
Charles Kwadwo Fosu Adodona enimi said that Lumba na kakra ni in the video here na fa comment my comment section ho
Ghana happening bi wa mutimi manena that the Lumba ewie na chinsem bebre na se na that the pekuti anumi by this time we drop it back obi ama mo wasam ando ho
Ghana for Daddy Lumba Neo. Some kids will be on the person make a trim. It's Munya sincere. Better must be brave. I pay a free job to more than a Daddy Lumba make us every Samando. I'm for the night so nothing but baby is to a show. Better was a man on I don't get it since you see me. Jaya. Say how do you see you? Nipanya yontina pasa. Don't make me come. I want my man saying what you want. She gonna make. Yeah, no brony. I want my man saying what you want. She gonna make.
Now he has all the techniques. So asano, the voice pitch, the movement, the hairstyle, everything, everything on point. Now, for those of you who don't know, no, Ochina, rapaholic. Now, I say trouble kwa masak say adena on try kolabu bi say. Yeah,
I didn't know rapaholic beer, woman secular act in the starting. Your part 27 today. When the gospel acts back on my hard collabo be say hard one.
So, offer the gospel music and typical lyrics that Sack be you see the abon on you. All right, without much ado, let's welcome our first guest, Mr. KyeiNWom. Boss, Akwaba.
Mejozo.
Bibia Boko.
Amiado Bibia Boko. Mpacho Tim can ye.
Yetu on Kapa, Yetu correct.
Oh, okay. That's nice.
Oh dear. In the next few minutes, Beja will make clear. We are Namiaka Sumaba also. It's a clear. Mr. KyeiNWom, Medramo.
Mr. She said, me agasakwano. Me asemwa me who how I miss you. Yes, because Broadway, what TikTok star, mama just said, mama, machine so gumi home, baby tea a gumi home. She said, I can say, may if you don't pronounce. I can say, may if you don't go. Rasa. I was for Yema, Obibia, Jumobibia, Kwaba, Eba, and Como Ebways. Wait, non-communicative variety night show live on High Life Radio. Say, I think we're tuning in with Facebook coming for shop more dia a like a page and na share na invite to be so na on brand make and come my ye be ho. And ye a brand here, a very talented individual be na eba be komo. I believe say some of you guys have seen some of his videos and stuff on TikTok pan as a word she woman now hold TikTok and to Krubia your friend a TikTok no Minya be may edge in the and he's doing an amazing job. Maybe first time I'm in the video, I was like, wow, Ghana, we got talent. Not only say he has a voice, but also no chale on one what's me creating yama. Inti yen say emri bebre no yin na yen fa odo ene sembo papa won sembo no won yen fa emma yin ya be ma KyeiNWom akwaba kese pa tantala buta akwaba pa akwaba mu ona akwaba mu kese akwaba mu kutu save bam papa me see a boy and some man out body way as and you
was saying sembo minimum aha.
Yeah, fan sembo fan. Thank you. And sembo. All right, but I'm passing over to me a project. No, I did not to screen him. I'm sending a bayan for be I said, che ade ECG drew one answer where she a dark kaka ECG for journalists.
Oh, I don't know me on.
Be better for whom when you don't who say one no man can say AI. You see, I didn't know AI near man.
My submit me also.
And to be an AI near man.
Is it better?
I mean, we'll make it work. We'll work with that. I will work with that.
All right.
Nice one. All right. Yenya bema ye mawaju ema wakwaba ye da waso so ye tun safre wo ye honest now by ye mawakwaba.
Madam
Nice one, nice one. I mean, yemu BDA, we know who you are. We've watched some of your videos near them. But with me, a little brief about yourself. Send a your audience, no, they will know a bit about you. Pacho.
Okay, me din Ede Daniel Che Ado. Idin ama for the 2 men no.
Okay.
Eba me stage name there KyeiNWom. Send yankofo bebre. And so me a songwriter, content creator.
Okay.
And I'm also a radio presenter.
Oh wow, nice one.
And basically that is what I do. I'm a creative. Anything at all that has to do with creativity, from music to movies to skits, show presentations, emceeing, anything that has to do with the creative space. Me yet a home.
Okay.
The opposite who be alpha hono. I think you can ask now.
Yeah, of course. I think that as time progresses now to be an interview, and I'm sure so whatever it is, it will come out. All right. But what can you be so how long have you been on this path? Like this journey being in the creative space, and how long have you been in?
Okay, so I have gradually discovered other aspects of my creativity with time. When I started way back musically, from 2016, I was on MTN Hitmaker.
Okay.
That was my official platform I'm in here to show the world what I have, which was music. In 2016, I was on Hitmaker with the likes of Kel Songs and Kwame Eugene, Kemaga. We were in the same house. And then after 2016, I went back into teaching. I'm a child there.
Wow.
Me tried there for a while, and Sana, maybe I call uni. I went to UCC, and I'm a but time and I'm at UCC in 2018, and I started releasing me and Kazami songs. And so basically, I was writing and then recording songs, putting them out there. But because I had issues with management, I didn't have a major record label to put the songs out and then promote it. Now me kakra me team and then they have for me kakra until me. And so I have been releasing songs from 2018. I have a couple of EPs, a couple of singles, a couple of videos that I have dropped on my YouTube page. I've done a couple of promotions as well. And I was also part of a band, Namebo Band. All the time.
Wow.
I was also part of a band called Create Band. We were the band that actually played Obrafor's Paimuka at 20. Boy. And so afterwards, I had the chance to also work as a backup vocalist for Obrafor. I think for the past 5 to 6 years, I've been doing that as well. I have been in the music industry for a while. It was just a little break, and I'm taking here because I wanted to take a little break from the music because I wasn't getting enough funds to do it. It is our break, and I may say just to keep the audience entertained, let me just do other things that I can do. And a honor content creation started.
Oh, okay. So and no honor with TikTok videos, nene Sunday Madina ebem.
Yes.
Okay. Say obi say, oh, I got this inspiration from this person, or I got this inspiration from watching this or this individual. How did you come about you doing impersonations of like movie actors, actresses, musicians? I think mainly we are musicians the more. Where did you get that encouragement from, or where did you get that inspiration from?
Okay, so basically I have always been that kid in school, and I made an impression of my teachers, Unze school be na will be teacher ni be child dey no kwa no baba be gina ho na say the teacher ni ye no no so active. I mean, I used to do that. I remember one time I did an impression of my French teacher just when he had left the class, and then he had like K legs, and then I did the K legs and then spoke just like the way he does. Send away the book or class I also about. And so he came and then saw me acting exactly like the way he does. But because it was a school setting, he still had to punish me for doing that.
Right.
And because of that, it wasn't very difficult doing that transition, because Tama na my boys school and I say you will feel crampa. Me trying to talk like other artists like Sarkodie or Stoneboy. I was doing it for them and they were laughing. I just didn't know how to package it and then bring it forth like the way everyone saw it. And so when I had that musical break, I had a lot of time on my hand to do whatever I wanted to do that wasn't musically necessarily. And that is what actually birthed the impressions. And then the impressions also say impressions near Casadia. Then obviously once I'm a musician, I could also do the impressions of other artists as well, as you can think of.
Okay. And Tina, so far now, how has that particular journey been for you?
I mean, that journey has been life-changing, I should say. I didn't change the goal of me wanting to be a star. I just changed the approach.
Right.
Because I realized that if you want to be an artist or a musician, commercially, the amount of money, it's capital intensive. And so the amount of money required, if you don't have a very solid record label, or if you're not coming from a home that is willing to spend much on your craft, it's going to be quite difficult. But I just realized that I could actually change the approach. Now, instead of saying me releasing your man, me shisikagu or promo I am fan, just having that fun actually broke through the mainstream, and I'm a CSM me come viral. And I would say that the experience of me transitioning from being a hardcore high life artist into creating content and doing anything fun creatively, it was life changing because of the opportunities that it gave me.
Okay. So if somebody should ask you, say, what is one of the greatest things that you take pride in, say, ever since you came out there, became a content creator, no, you've acquired or you've achieved or you've experienced that you will say you're giving yourself a pat on the back for starting this, and so because of this, that's where you've gotten to that point.
Oh, okay. So I mean, there are lots of them, apart from the brand endorsements that I've had with a couple of companies. Also having the chance to work at Despite Media was purely because of the content that I create. And so I had received lots of messages in my inbox from Kennedy or say that he wanted to see me, but I wasn't replying. I didn't even know it was his real account. But after he called me and then we spoke, he asked me to come to the Shep House. And then we had a very lengthy conversation. He admired my craft and my sense of humor, my voice as well. And so he wanted me to come and then join the Despite Media family. And so I think that just starting with my phone and my ring light, it opened such a huge platform for me to be on. And so I think that is one of the biggest achievement that I can say I got from exhibiting that aspect of my talent.
Okay. So being in the creative entertainment space, and you taking that path and where you've gotten at this point in your life, what are some of the challenges that you face? Now, if you have to, what are some of the challenges that you faced and how you were able to overcome it so the other ones can also follow suit?
Oh, okay. I mean, creating content, first of all, it takes a lot of patience because or starting content creation now, irrespective of the fact that he or she is very good at what he does or expected or become viral immediately. But it doesn't work that way. It takes a lot of time. and dedication, consistency, and sana videos no etimi break it through. It is all started content creation, and now definitely you are going to be getting the 40 views and the 400, the 250 views for a while. You need to be very consistent and then put out quality content before you start realizing, say, what shall I say, break it through with maybe 1,000, 2,000. That patience that you need to have is quite challenging. And also, when you finally start gaining the numbers, there are lots of negativity in the comment section that comes. I think that happens to anyone at all that is on the right path. If you're on the right path, doing something positive, sometimes in the comment section, some of the foul languages near there. And so these are some of the few challenges you have. And also brands, some of the brands come and they just want to take advantage of you as well because you are making waves. Some of them have big names. Some celebrities have big names, and so they think they can just make use of your name and not give you that reverence and acknowledge the hard work that you have put in your craft. These are some of the few challenges.
Oh, okay. And so I know, say, there are a whole bunch of content creators on the, TikTok platform nowadays. Have you had any of them come at you in a negative way or felt like you are their competitor, so they're going to put up some kind of negative vibe or negativity around you?
Oh, personally, I haven't had anything of that sort. I mean, my content doesn't trend on negativity or trying to attack another content creator. And so for my colleague content creators, I don't get that energy from them. Also, ne camera na the audibenya the views and then the traffic attacking another person. So it brings a lot of friction amongst the creators. But mine, I created a niche that actually amuses even the people I'm impressing. It is an impression from Sonny Badu. I have been able to establish a very good relationship with people like Sonny Badu, like Keche, like most of the people that I have done impressions of. They actually become fans of my craft, and sometimes we become friends as well. I haven't had that energy from colleague content creator. Maybe it's intrinsic. Maybe I or competition there. Obi anywhere wadan e diama me hono physically, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So where do you see yourself, say, maybe in the next 5 years to come, as far as content creation is concerned?
I just want to be happy. It's the most important thing in my life. Say, my condition be man, my situation be money many, and yeah, it means that I would have to do anything and readjust myself to make sure that I'm happy because I'm sure many generations there have been deals that I have rejected because it wasn't making me happy. Yeah, and then who hear me because the work that we do, okay, I can only speak for myself, but the work that I do, it's centered around having a very free minded and free spirit. If you are restricted, if you are thinking too much, if you are stressed or depressed, it suppresses your ability to create.
Wow, I like that.
In the next 5, 10, in the next 3 months, every time I want to have that peace of mind, I want to have that serenity that allows or permits me to create. Basically, that is all I am after. It's just peace of mind and happiness. That is all I want.
Okay. So should we expect you diverting into something else more than content creation? Or because I know that you do radio and all of that. Should we expect you branching into, i.e., acting or, doing something differently from you creating content?
I mean, change is constant, me in a few months or in a few years, it may be different crap, but then the creative aspect is still going to be there. I pledge to say it's not going to take my total time. It's not going to take my total time. I ever be mess way off my creative ability, totally. for that one, I'm surely going to do everything to maintain it. But if life requires me to add on other skills that is going to help my future, I am open to it.
Okay. I mean, these days, and there's YouTube, almost the YouTubers, the likes of Dr. Likey, Chechiku, dancing quite the new one, be account, yes, a friend in Kenya, or car centers are now there to us, no. Do you see yourself ever collaborating with them to, shoot some of their skits, or do you ever see yourself as saying, okay, I'm also going to stand on my own and create my own team for myself as far as acting is concerned?
I mean, I already have a little team that I work with, but I'm also open to collaborating with other content creators. I mean, who's the creativity there? It's beautiful if you are able to collaborate, because sometimes even with my team, I could come up with a central idea, and once it's been executed, they all bring up some other ideas. I more. It is sometimes I have a friend who could say, "Oh, we the other can and kabaya hard and pass the can into collaborations." Yeah, I mean, that is the soul of creativity. Creative people do better when they collaborate, because it gives them the chance to also tap into the mindset and also the prowess of other creators. And so why not any one at all? And it's not just the popular ones now. Some of them, you could see they have the potential into, if you are creating content, let's say, party be fit or more, it's only normal that you invite them to join as well. So I am open for that. Yeah.
Into problem obi the problem na me new pakuni na ye problem enti ya na costume ya na kofa we fa wo
Costume
especially mad
time I me we national, was it during national service or after national service? After national service, no. Na me ton fools on na me name girl ya ton fools.
Wow.
And time I near ton fools, no, we do the packaging, ya tone, ya the shed dummies, no near chat. And then she left to quite call UK.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm not pebia, and Yamana bomber so a Dawson so bill more.
Which one? Nyamana motor, wow, so
when I started creating the content, time bia me a watching him to me, PF reporting him, is Sidana no say doso pool and so when I started creating the content, it became part of what I had, what I could use. Senya what you just use what you have, right? And so because that was what I had, I just also added it into any female artist, not any female content then I could just go in it, any color at all, I could just pick from it and then come and use it. So that is where I started getting the costumes from. And other times I'd go to my mom as well.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes if I want like an elderly woman's costume, if a cabernet slit and I say me
Cecilia man for costume no kwaje wo ma me hombra.
And yes, Cecilia man for the and it was for my mom. And Esther.
And Mama Esther, right?
Yeah, Mama Esther. The and also so because that particular suit, it was a old school. But now me my son and my she I was like, mommy, be was I we be when a wardrobe. Me call and also and we free wardrobe and so went into her archives.
Wow.
Okay, Nasem mommy, she had already seen some of my videos, and so when I told her that I wanted something like that for Mama Esther, a suit in even I say, oh, we will do a honor. I mean, she's very supportive, and she also helped me out.
Okay. Bringing your mom, no. Okay.
Okay. Madam Golda and down so everything in common. Waba already in person of joining come we be on questions be more. It's no me join in the pro. If we are not here, no so at us. See, Madam Golda. Yeah, in line you okay. Me sure say when you're technical difficulties, but my joining take you out there so Obama.
Yeah, Che, you mentioned your mother because I know, say, my mom, when we have a series that we do here, every time my mom sees a video, Nibia, she gets so excited and then she won't stop bragging about it, telling her friends and all of that. How does your family react currently to your stardom right now? I mean, you went to that, you did what you did, but right now it's like you're global now. You're not just limited to like just Ghana, but because of the Facebook, the TikTok, the Instagram, you're global. How do they feel now?
Well, my mom has always known how passionate I have been about creating content or creating music or making people happy. And so from the time from 2016, I started to make a hit maker. She's been very supportive. I remember when I finished with high school, me catch me said, me person me bonyum. Sometimes also, there were a few issues that she had to handle in Tinebia Kazamunyanti or call the person Kukoyi 600 cities, 200 cities in the answer. I will never forget. And was who Sisia and Onona Swayashi. When this can do when he mentions 600 cities, no, I found Costati and Yomono, And she has always been that person that would support with whatever that she has. Just because I didn't make any idea. Me ma me de o kan okrenti said de me ye na bia me nya ade anko be mate asese kwadwo ade a o ye de won shada mo ho modern. But she always believes once I'm here the ade I should keep it up. And so when we started having the viral moments and then I had the invitation from Despite Media, she was super happy because all the hustles and the tussles up and downs me combo program na me get up but no SCC people are recognizing it and I mean endorsement deals and I mean invitations be honest my friend and I mean Faradex needing more so obviously she was a very, very proud mom.
Okay, I mean, do you have any siblings or it's just you're the only child?
Between my mom and dad, I'm the only one, but I'm sure I have other siblings, like I have step siblings.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So, I mean, so far, so good. You're doing an amazing job. And sometimes, I mean, who say, body saying, and you do it with a straight face, one straight, just say, and was pursue and one is who said the character, you don't break character, you just focus and do you. How are you able to keep that composure?
Oh, initially when we started, it wasn't easy because sometimes I have a team that I shoot with. Kwesi J handles the photo, the videography usually, and Madam for Swansea Beat handles the production. And so sometimes say we beat us Swansea in there. Usually when we are on set shooting, initially we did a particular content for Nishman. That was the first time I brought out the Eldan voice. And I'm a advert. I'm a Nishman, men's grooming product. And senior Eldan Reku to matron Nishman. And at a point, there was a little space that I just had to fill with something. And it just occurred to me, but then obviously it can't be the regular kekpo. It has to be in Eldan Reku's voice. So kekpo, and it was a hilarious moment. You try video we would all break character, no be scatter, and we will all come back to shoot. We tried it like 4th time and Sunday you try with a straight face. And sometimes and yes also yes, but as time went on we realized to save time. Recently, there was a time rainy season. We didn't have enough time to be messing around and laughing because we knew that he's shooting gym anytime. So we tried to limit it and then shoot for you guys to get the outcome.
Microphone.
Remote in us, seven.
Remote in our 7 no.
With content creation, one thing that is very necessary for anyone that is creating content, and it's what's a video, it needs to have a lot of things to talk about. And it's a way video that most people are doing very beautiful content. The only reason why it's not going viral is because they are playing it safe.
Too safe, okay.
You're too safe. Atadia na oba besha watu atadia no why so organized. You are not ready. Until we try to be as raw as possible. Until you have a microphone. We have a lot of microphones. A microphone I made a record in studio, but then we opt for a broken remote. Yeah, shut idea. A bit much idea down when I'm a cautious suitor because it will drive a lot of traffic into be shot. Obia, you have a lot. Obi person can voice no ho asem. Obi person can suit no ho asem. Obi so ba ne lie pan ne dia wo kan remote no. Nti oba na se remote ni wahala no. And so we just bring in a lot of items about driving a lot of conversation about the video so it goes further.
Daddy Lumba dia we na say Daddy Lumba.
Auntie Golda, you walk over. But it's a new music that it's a new show that.
Mavajanya.
Oh, okay. But make sure that you know part because in you now, I can mobile.
Me but so Boni Lumba dia na we are not go Cecilia Mafo dia no. Me all time favorite is Cecilia Mafo any Sonny Badu dia no.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Cecilia dia na top. Cecilia dia na top.
Now we hear Daddy Lumba dia. Now, I don't know when you have a clash dia.
Jose.
Lumba dia no. I think it's one of your most viewed videos. Obiamo attack or who yet?
Oh, attack in the negative sense, Anna.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Oh no. I mean, some people, for the artists that haven't had any negative attacks yet. I mean, some of them even tend to become my friends afterwards. But with some of the other personalities, sometimes I get a few backlash here and then. To say, if I do an impression of you, I won't feel I don't do it again. Maybe I don't do it because of controversy. I'm just having fun. Into me, I won't feel I just desist from it. I don't do it again.
Okay,
for Edasu Esum, a Jumtini Charles Quadrofosu, a BBB, me say, che our talent and creativity no so a idea engineer pa. In the video, yeah.
But when address you, will make up.
Oh yeah. Near Kika boss. So some catcher say we are not looking for perfection, and so Yenim said that the Lumba was no or your cocoa in tea. Send the way and my dark. No, we wanted something like that. That was a me
comment in my comment.
And man, no, like it says.
Oh,
the ladies.
Aye.
Oh, omoye video vixens and kasa. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If it gonna happen, if you want, Mutimi Manena, that the Lumba will win and the chinsem be brain, and send that the percutia to me. By this time, I'll drop it back. Kubiama was some under. Ghana for that the Lumba Neo. Some kids will be on the person they catch them. It's Munya Suntier. Get a muscle brain. I pay a fear to more than a Lumba make us every Samando. I'm for the night tree, so nothing but baby race to a chow. That was a man. I don't get it since you see me jaya. Say, how do you see you? Nipanya, your team, Passa. Don't make me call. I want my man saying what you want.
Yeah, no brony. I got mama say what do I? She gonna make. Yo for soon, you know, and you'll be unnecessary.
I had a heavy sleep paro. A year no. And you be an also tears you. What do you listen?
Oh, see, she and me, and you will be unnecessary. Oh, see, I jump on, and you will tell home such a mafia.
Hey, Jay, make heaven, I mean, here. Make heaven make us see. Make heaven make us see. You.
Kelvin Tele, and you are from no to him. Fascia, Dr. Manfred, be a friend. Yes.
Hey.
Dear, what about here? Over just throw me and say we are getting. Don't make me come. I want a man saying what you want. She gonna make Roman for day. When you do your fancy now, I don't want to be the
Hey, the talent. This is what we call talent, raw talent. Like, oh my goodness, Cecilia Mafodeno. How you're able to switch voices? I mean, I'm good. I know, send me over. I'm good with if you make impressions be here and there, but Charlie, ABDDBH. Me too, Chairman. ABDDBH. ABDDBH. Because how you're able to switch from Sonny Badu, Eldam Reku, Cecilia Mafo, Mama Esther. Lumba. Like, how you have to be really, really talented and devoted to your craft to be able to pull this off. Because this is dope. This is dope.
Thank you.
This is dope. This is dope. This is dope.
That's it.
Meaning, say, if Papa were questions and I say, yeah, sure, for me, for me, be questions, but if you have to say, it's okay, you're pleading to our fans, your listeners, your watchers, what would be with to make your craft like now I know, say, you say you do radio, but in your content creation, what are some of the things that you feel that, our listeners can help you better your craft?
Oh, I mean, basically, the support has been immense. Me started, support now is very, very huge. And as we speak, I have paused the radio a little. So, yeah, me radio no. As we speak, I have relocated to the UK.
Oh, okay.
NT. Just the support that was being given to me back home, it's going to be the same energy and even better content.
Oh, okay.
Environment be I may find it myself, I try to see if I can still create something out of it. NT. Every content that they saw, every content that they are seeing now, they are still going to be getting it.
Okay.
Just keep the support up. Probably I'd have other accounts so that as a metrim, because there's a lot of pressure on the first one. I was here another branch, other content and so on.
Okay.
And so I mean, me I don't come online to solicit for funds and beg and all those things. I just the support is okay. And sharing the works, following it. And they say my friend me and mobile so say, oh, I should keep it up here, more interview me. It means a lot to me as well. So thank you very much. Basically, that is all I want, just the support.
Okay. Media make kitwe bien. So I mean, I know say you be touring like we. Is there a number that you want to put out there just in case say ABR Obi FO say with Juma we and then so they are very appreciative of what you're doing. They want to support you. If you have like a Momo number you can put on, so whoever wants to support you. It's not like we are mandating anybody to do it, but for the likeness of what you do, if they feel like they want to support you in anything, they can just send it out to you personally. They would deal with you.
Okay, that they would have to contact me on WhatsApp first, because you see, I always me use some money be maybe if they contact me on WhatsApp, then they have any help or they want to gift me, maybe I'm a more proper direction. So my contact WhatsApp only is 0540 another 409716. Let me take it again. 0540 another 409716. And I'm also starting a huge fan base on my WhatsApp Mikriti WhatsApp group. A very huge one for like those who want to get a bit closer. I won't say TikTok in the sometimes I'm not able to reach out and then reply everyone. But with this number, if you contact me, I'll add you to my group and then we become more intimate and have a vibe. Sometimes I go on live on TikTok and then I have an amazing session. Maybe the radio now for TikTok. Sometimes I host a show on the TikTok, a topic, and then I invite people to come and give me their ideas. Sometimes I host musical shows. Now, you know, I play the guitar as well, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I play the guitar. So sometimes I come and play and I make other musicians also join me. And then if they have new songs, they bring it on board. It's just a whole lot. But then if you are part of my WhatsApp team, it's easier to get the notification so that we just join. Then we have a very
next time. Oh yeah, because I want to come. Sorry.
I bet for no.
I don't know, say if Madam Gold has any questions for you or anything like that.
Okay, so what I normally tell my students that whatever it is that you are doing, do it well, so that eventually when it becomes a competition, it means that you are in it already. So I was very happy at a point he was saying that, oh no, or yeah, content and he's just having fun. He's enjoying it. Into your share, that's the the type if you are winning and you're more he may not follow your again. I think that he's on track. We will encourage him. Me teaching to improve. No, all that I'll say is that he should keep on doing it. And definitely he doesn't know when that brightest star of his would shine. So I don't want to encourage him. Now, or my to me, it relieves stress. Fine. I do listen to some of his presentations, and it's fine. That's it.
So just so you know who is talking to you, this is Madam Golda and the headmistress of Swear School, Swedo Secondary School.
Oh.
And so,
is she related to an Andam around the castle side?
No, we come from Nsaba, Aguna Nsaba.
Oh, okay.
Nsaba area.
That's huge. Headmistress of Swear School.
Yes.
Hey, that's huge. Madam, me
Now,
I'm
glad we have her today because there's some stories going on around the school this week. I need clarification from you, so I'm glad we have her here today. Coincidentally, Obisi, brother, also North Carolina, friend Emmanuel, also Rachel from North Carolina. Okay, all right.
But that's the part. I make you back too.
Oh.
It's nice to have her. Only say my mom is a government teacher.
And apparently she knows my mother.
She's retired. She's on pension now, but she taught at the government side for a very long time.
Oh, asam
And
papa.
you scholar, no scholar.
Oh,
You were scholar, no.
Which one is no scholar?
But you be the more with the main car with the babo be the. Me say I was scholar, no scholar. You more be the, you more be the.
You move up in your scholar.
Back by all means, by your pass it for the move back. Yeah, back.
What's the yellow and now it's black?
Bacho.
Uh,
Ebo 918 nkofo bi kasa mente. It's in the mean to me mawo. Time difference in terms of chair break account, me and Rapi after you jano na want to enko rest na some other time na.
I go 2 hours a menu kumpa.
Aye. Yeah, and Rapi after you jai e matching ko. Papa wo bibi a say
no, we just like Madam Golda said, we just want to encourage him to do what he's doing. That's a niche our fine there. He's having fun. Well, no problem with it. That's up to you. Only he's having his fun. Clearly, he doesn't really care about what you feel. He's having fun. And clearly, he's not out to offend anyone. If you have a problem with his character, that's your personal problem. He's not out to offend anyone. He's trying to make everybody have fun and laugh. So all we can say is, boss, for so now you never know where this will end, or you have an idea where this could end. So just keep on keeping on. Now, we ever said in Komobio back to. We appreciate you coming through.
Right. Thank you very much.
Okay, me patron and Albecano, ubetimi do all social media handles not so or atuja. Send people can go and follow you and enjoy your amazing talent.
Okay, so the social media handle name is KyeiNWom, KYEI, and then you leave a space NWOM. See, crowd the outro boom crash the level by KYEI NWOM. KyeiNWom. Thank you very much for having me.
And Michelle, so we'll create other platform as well. Don't hesitate to share with us, and we will broadcast for people to come and follow you and enjoy your amazing talent. Like I said, no. Yeah, that was be brave. Say I know say it's very late, time difference in here, but yeah, 3-1 you showed up. This goes to show how humble you are. Maintain that humility and make sure say you don't let the stardom get into your head, but rather you deliver and make sure say you're doing what you're doing and always be you. Don't change for anything. Continue to be you. Yeah, that's it. Be see a tons of prayer will buy. I mean, shall not count. Yeah, best I can say. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You never knew school anthem.
I was surprised. And it's a good one.
Okay.
Yes.
So for those of you who don't know much about Madam Golda, no, let me introduce her this way.
There's nothing so far. Are you the one who has your purse missing? Okay, you found the money. There were 2 of you. I think you came with the boy. You came alone. These are students who have found money and have decided to bring the money to the authorities to announce for the owners. Come, this boy especially, the purse that he found. You see, I cannot disclose the amount. But the amount is so much that I was surprised. Both papers and coins. We are waiting for whoever has misplaced her purse. I will not talk of the color of the purse. I want the person to come identify the color of the purse, the amount. As for the paper amount, the person may be sure. but the coins, enough of coins. And this boy brought the purse to the administration. Another round of applause for him. This is what we want. This is what we want. And so, in my own small way, I have this 20 Ghana for him. Yes, my dear, take this money. Keep it up, okay? Keep it up. Well done. Thank you very much. My dear, you can come. You also have this, You keep it up high. Because the fact is that some people are stealing. Yes. Some people, and so if they come across the monies and then they will bring it, these are virtues that we want you to uphold. And so we will reward such people. And all of you need to be careful. Don't be careless, because the fact is that you may not always meet, I do not even ask their names. You may not always meet Papa Santa and Mama Santa. You will not always meet them. You will meet people who want to steal, and they will even come and steal if you do not keep your things well. And so we are encouraging all of you. It pays to do good. It pays to do good. And so when you find someone's belonging, please come and present it at the administration. The person can come for identification and collection. And we will improve. God will bless you for that. Are we okay?
Now, there's another video I want to share real quick. Give me 1 second. That is the video that actually this video got my attention the first time it came out, and I was trying to reach out to her. Must send a crap on the share, must send a friend request to our Facebook, but I am the share. And you know, this video, Mamu way, get your chef on away, non scholastic get no shit top one. It could do no show. No, you be pop. And you know, I know what you may be able.
Master, are you ready? And we're starting. And so there are some of you students who are using the cleverness to dupe your parents. Now, this is what a student sent to her parents. A hair, not a he. A hair. Library fee. Dining hall dues. House maintenance dues. Administration fee. Class clearance. Form master mistress fee. House mistress fee. Department dues. You present these things to your parents, and what they say is that Swesco clearance form, we are collecting money from you. Who instituted the administration fee? Have I told you to pay any form mistress dues? I mean, library dues. And so we want to take this opportunity to announce to the public that Swesco clearance form is for free.
Madam, why not? Madam, don't do that. Madam, don't do that. Madam, no. Madam. Why are you spoiling the business for us? Why are you spoiling the business for us?
That is not what we have told them. That
The
is
schools
not
have
how
even
we
started
have
charging
trained them.
opening door
It
policy.
is coming from the students themselves. Thank you.
Open door policy dues.
Yeah, open door policy. Yeah, 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 yeah.
What the hymns can do, the heads can do better.
And you kind of say walking to dining hall fees.
Walking dues.
Yeah, walking dues. As I say, then Madam wants to spoil it for us.
I
think that during our time, no, the magnitude, no, I think now it's serious. Those times,
Yes, and that's why I get work from. That's why I get work from.
But she said, advancement, no. Oh, it's serious. It's serious. And you know the number of calls that were coming in that we are charging monies. We are charging monies. And you know something? The parent of this particular child who brought the issue out was not in disbelief of the dining hall fees, the class clearance fee. Oh, no. The parents, no. Her problem was that if Sika bisa why didn't we bring it up early? Because she would have paid in installments and aka just about 2 weeks for the child to complete school. I am sure the parents, if she knew that it was a scheme to, retrieve money from her, parents. But the parent didn't know anything about school, such that dining hall due, class clearance, form mistress, so they all administration fee because I know they are being head. Administration fee.
Yeah, because you see, because in order for you to be able to walk to the administration office, when you're working majestically, you have to make sure, say, you are well taken care of. So your parents have to take care of those fees. Oh, it's very, very important that we let our parents know. We explain to them. Then you, madam, no, you come, no, you won't spoil, give us. Why? Because right now we are creating other fees that we're going to be presented to the institutions so our parents will know. As I say, madam, don't do that.
Yeah, we are here. We need to get new set of fees. we need new set of fees. but so do the students know who she is? Or a few of them know?
No, the students don't know. The fact is that eventually we had to call the girl. And when we called her, she knew she had messed up. She was weeping. She didn't know what came over her. She's sorry. There's a man
involved. There's a boy involved somewhere. She needs the money. No. Was it the time?
Eventually, we resorted to counseling because the duping did not happen, actually, because the mother wanted to find out the timing. And I'm sure if she could be given a little time. Meanwhile, Onimposo on Nika. Jesus, we were many a Kobian, so still, we are stressing ourselves. There's a couple. Since the duping did not come on, we have to counsel the girl.
How sure are you that I'm putting or the them let them quit?
Oh, she's not the only one. She's not the only one. But unfortunately, on and out, and we had to use it as a pink sheet to defend our case.
Because we are sure that other people will drop by. I say business.
My big
It's
sister used
unfortunate.
to go and lie to my mom, say, yes, I'm going to pass.
It happened about I think 2 years ago when we were reviewing our prices for some administrative services that we provide for students. So letter of attestation, introductory letter, testimonial, and all those things, transcripts and what have you. So we listed everything. So attestation, 50 cedis. Initially it was 20 cedis, then it went to 50 cedis. So we had to paste a notice that from, I think, a certain date we'll be taking 50 cedis. Into now, if you put all those services together, there was one that we captioned and all other documents. So we had this student who went to Mama, you school, what's it? Or the attestation or 50 cedis, introductory letter or 50 cedis, offended transcript, no see 50. So all other documents, no see 50. So 300. And then unluckily for the boy, the parents Sikano decided to come to the office and pay so that the child will be free. So the child came, met the administrative officer. Oh, Pocho, maybe Nyamaza being joy at and Tiscana already now. Pocho Mutia no one Nancy. Oh, no, so Pocho. So they went to the assistant administration. Then they tried to find out. Then we realized that. So we called this boy. This boy came, saw the mother there, and then she saw that no, I didn't know. Now, and we had to counsel. So, I mean, this is to say that as a school, when we realize that you are doing something good, something that is exemplary, whatever, we applaud you, we celebrate you. And of course, when we get you trying to mar the image of the school, that one too will deal with you. And so we aren't biased in any form. We just try to encourage the good and then discourage the bad. Let me put it that
way. So, this my next question wasn't originally part of the interview or part of our discussion, but I just saw a video. Now, Minim said, actually, you have addressed this situation already, but since it's trending or it's something that is being talked about, I don't know.
Papa, before you play that video, me person me bisa Madam Asem. Yeah. Okay, so say I have say school system, different from Ghana school system, no, because everything that they do, more form at the best year, so like the parents, we have to go through it and know what is going on, baby. Fees in this anime, school system, you guys don't have that. For the parents to be able to have access to either send them home with a form or there's a website.
We are running a free SHS system. And so students don't pay money. That's it. There isn't anything like school fees, boarding fees. And this is a first. In the end, school. It's like the family or the parents, they prepare the child to come. So the prospectus when you come, you bring the child. If the child is a day student, you bring the child. If the child is a boarding student, you bring the child. So nobody pays fees. Let me put it that way. The only kind of payment is about the parent association. Now, Parent Association, they take monies from themselves, as in parents, to support the school. And it is not compulsory. No child can be denied any form of access to education due to non-payment of a support system that parents have agreed to, contribute to support the school. So that is the system we run now. And so at a point when the authorities hear that monies are being charged, you can be called. Sometimes you are sanctioned. And when we hear things like that, we are supposed to react. And this was a situation where we had gotten someone who was presenting this tall list. And we were being chastised, calls that were coming. And it could have led to my calling by authorities. But eventually, when I had the opportunity to address it, then it was realized that we're not taking any money, but that some of the students were fabricating stories to just collect monies from their families.
In fact, in Kenya, in convenience school, hey.
Because I can even say that some of the students are not they don't like the free SHS thing, because the fact is that maybe they don't get ways to parents. Yes.
Still no. If you know you have a parent who doesn't look through anything and believes whatever you say, that's what I'm talking about. We have parents like that. Because me, I know what I used to do. There is no paper that comes from my daughter's school that I don't read. There is no paper. There is no paper, especially if there is money involved. I'll be like, all right, let me see. If I don't have the time, I'll be like, put it on my bed. I'll read it when I'm going to sleep. But right now, we're not talking about no money right now. I'm going to read it, and whatever it is, then we'll deal with it later. But right now, no, we're not doing all of that. Because me, and I mean, me notebooks, me I bear 5 times. Oh yeah.
Anyway, but I think it should be toned down.
How is Swiss School how was Swiss School when you took over, and how is Swiss School since you've been the head, and how long have you been with Swiss School as the head?
Okay, so I went to Swiss School in May 2020 to date.
That is 5 years ago.
And yes, please. And I'll say that the foundation that was laid down by my predecessors wasn't a bad one at all. So I had, a good platform to also build on. And then I would say that, first of all, the board that I met, they are a serious board. The board, a serious one. So the board who would sanction things like if you fail to write an examination, you must write it. Now, if you write an examination and then the whole semester, you get an F9, they think you haven't, done enough. At least, if for nothing at all, you just pass. What did you go did? E8, D7, it's a pass. The only thing is that it is not strong. What we prefer is the C6 or better. And so if you get the F9 as in F9, you would have to do a reset. And so now you have students who will be discussing that, hey, I have to learn. I don't want to fail to go and be write reset. No, I don't want to go and write, that thing. This is something that the board would sanction for you to work with so that the students, when school reopens and then a child refuses to report on the first day, the second day, they consider it as a grace day. Maybe there was a hitch on the day of reopening. The second day, if you do not come, the third day, parents would have to come with you to school, explain why you were late. Sometimes, depending on the distance, the inconvenience, the board has sanctioned. And so to avoid these things, you have students, at least comparatively, reporting to school, more than they used to do. Again, as a school, we will also talk about alumni and the support they give to the school. The old students, the global association, the various year groups, the diaspora groups, all of them have come on board so much, supporting us in all the domains. They are doing so well. And then myself, as a head of the school, the team that I am working with, I am fortunate to have majority of my people buying into the vision we are working with. This is not to say that I do not have challenges with my team, or let's say my staff. There are some who are indifferent. That's a woman who near Koso. Or no, the answer we are call kind of. But you see, when you do the normal things, just the normal things, like coming to teach, you finish, you go. We are marking papers, you mark. We are setting questions, you bring in. When you do those normal things, then we cannot improve much. It is the additional things that are put in place, implemented, monitored, evaluated, whether these things are, if it is not working, do we change another strategy, whatever in there. So for some people, they think it's a bit clumsy, too much. The such people, no, sometimes are seen probably to be sitting on the fence, a few of them, but majority understand. And again, we know the setting we are working in. For my last place, I was an assistant headmistress in charge of administration at Wesley Girls. And when dealing with girls, it's a different ballgame. The setting is different. And then myself too, I've had the opportunity to be in a boys' school. I was at St. Augustine's for about 6-7 years. I taught there. And so at least having the single sex taste, having the mixed institution, I was in the Academy of Christ the King as well for some years, mixed institution. And then I came to Swiss School as a head. And so you realize that a different setting, but the few things that you can put in little by little, little by little. So for instance, initially, when I went there, it was the COVID period. And apart from classes, there was no other form of gathering. There was no church service. During the intense period, it was just classes. And even classes, we had reduced the number of classes. I think it was 20 to 25 maximum in a class. Now we've gone back to a regular 48, 50, thereabouts, yes. So we had to bring in some things. There wasn't any visiting. There wasn't any sports. There was nothing. Then eventually we were asked to do some form of gathering, little by little. Then I told my team that now parents are not visiting. We are not having sports. It's like the activity. Why don't we try to institute some form of serious activity for the kids to do? So we decided to introduce the morning prep. So the morning prep, Saturdays 10 to 12, Sundays 10 to 12. And then, initially, this is too much. This one, every time we are going for prep, and this one. And I was telling them that, look, prep is being used magically in places. People are doing dawn prep. People are doing morning prep during the weekend. People are doing evening prep, and they are serious about it. Let us get it right. And we had challenges here and there, but I can now see that our morning prep, at least we can talk of an 80%. Even when it is visiting, we have the morning prep 10 to 12, then 12 to 4:30, there's visiting. Parents, then a mama, and Quarano, so Madam, Papa, when we were bringing the child to school, we had an orientation for parents. We told you that this is what we do here. You understood that time. Ebandu form 2, no. I feel you are not ready to follow. At the security, they will not allow you to enter. Prep no the 10 to 12. And sana Yako. Now we have some clubs in the school, and one of them is the SOESCO agenda, which is like a media page. For some of the issues, that happen in the school or on campus, we have a media official. It's called SOESCO Agenda. Please, you can subscribe and follow on all the what do you call it?
Social media spaces.
Pages. Yes, social media pages. We SOESCO Agenda. When you type it, it will come. So we normally put our issues there, what our kids do, what the school do, what the old students do, some new, whatever. We try to put things there, and then people out there also follow us. And sometimes we even have situations where people come to support us due to what we show out there. And then our students too, we try to psych them. We try to psych them that there is the need to be different. One thing that we also use, of course, I learned it from other schools, and I believe that it is something good. Very often we have a theme that we use to work with every year. Every year we have a theme. I remember some time ago we had you cannot give what you do not have. So it means that you need to work to have something. Then you can give if you really want to give. So it is work. You can't just give if you don't have it. You have to work to have it, or receive it, or be equipped with. Then you can also give out. Now, this year, for instance. Okay.
Now, looking at this video now, I had Abufrana or the Sikan Bay, a commending a Hagen. For some reason, this is what I got out of the reaction from the student. Are you considered Margaret Thatcher type of headmistress, Iron Fist? Because back at it, when you did that, they were not expecting that stuff part of you. They were all taken by surprise. Hey, Madam Golda pan wahala. Are you considered the Margaret Thatcher type of headmistress now? What type of headmistress are you?
Okay, so the naughty ones, Kakrano. I am sure they see me as a Margaret Thatcher.
Okay.
The naughty ones, Kakrano, they don't have it easy with me. Honor the man, and nkakra no ehwa ebuwan de yipa no, some of them they end up becoming friends because one day probably I am too hot for them to handle. No, if you surrender and then you become part. Others too are very hardened. One team.
Now,
At a point, maybe some.
One can say was school now actually today age. I know I say a hardcore now because most of the time headmistress are watching them.
When I was yes, when I was in school, well, I mean, naturally, me like I'm not a soft type. I am me reserved, quiet. No. Very outspoken. I mean, that's me. Natural me. Those who knew me in school. Golda. Nah. Even the seniors be on my wabepedo obesi and shadanya one she no. I will definitely some people even think that it's like they don't even see any majority as a head. Oh yeah, what should eat? Small girl time old school, then is no. It's like they are thinking that. But with Moframa, depending on the situation, I can be a very soft person. I can be democratic type. Okay, let's come to a deal, whatever. And then sometimes too, autocracy. Jack, I don't know that one. So we pick it, we use that period. That is me. Those who know me.
Ever nickname was it from school? In nickname.
Oh, nicknames, nothing. Nicknames not those. Moframa no to me from it. Jack, no. Not there. Yeah. Jack. Not there. Like seriousness, Aziz, Jack. Some of them call me Asicaless. Those who call me Asicaless are the bleaching group of students. I'm a bleach nate muhua. It is in the code of ethics. Inti muhua. Nate or something manageable on ye serious. I will caution you. Sometimes I'll take your cream that you use. I'll prescribe Nkutu for you to use. Sometimes when students are going home and then we notice that nipa ni bleaching or we can detain the students. We call the parents. That's Madam Obano. And sometimes you have boys doing, girls doing. Madam Obano. We bleach. Oh yes, some of them. Yeah, mom, Miffy. Until we buy them to ourselves. And then the child will be in school. Other students are always in school. And so you feed, you go for prep, you sleep in the dormitory, whatever. You will tell your parents that you are detained and that we are ensuring that you use the offender. Sometimes after a week or about 10 days, you realize that the person has toned down. Remember what in school? Oh yes. So every morning you come to the administration and then you sign. When you come right now, you come and meet the book there. So those group of people, they call me ethicaless. Some also call me you know and you are aware. Sometimes when we are referring to some of the rules and regulations, I tell them that you know and you are aware that this thing is in the code of ethics. They know and they are aware. So the stress. So they have names that they use for me, but I sometimes even tell them that you keep on giving me. Oh, maybe the Jack. Maybe the Jack. Wow. So it's like they know. And you know one thing. Me, the students, I flow with them. Look, when it is time for sport, we sport together. Sports, jama, I mean, we are in it together. when it is time for entertainment, ebi a jams worse or naze. Master, I mean you want to do. Yeah, best so CCR formation, yeah, naze. So when it is time for academic work and they know that Jack, we are serious with this one. So at least that's diverse nature of trying to man them. No, it works. It works. It works. It
so
works.
Every teacher and every leader will ne adjust wo n'enyim. Ebi oho a ne turn of office no focus in academics. Obi oho a ne focus in sport. Or another majority of the focus is sports. If you only focus your discipline on the campus, and see whenever you are gone, so one care with anything, because there's one thing they will always remember you by. What appearance, grooming, or a big thing, man. What do you think will be as I see in you what was about care with the most?
I know that I know that now some students instead of the Swiss school, they refer to their school as prep school.
Prep school because of prep.
Because for them, at a point in both, some students, we make them have their phone meetings and they talk about their issues, their challenges, their whatever. And you realize that consistently they were talking about the fact that there's too much of prepping, they cannot do other things and whatever. So you realize that the guidance and counseling team had to prepare something for them to let them know that the main focus or purpose for which they have left the comfort of their homes to come to school is their academic work. And so, aside the normal classes, the extras that you can do to help you get something that can lead you to the next level is the academic activity of what? Prep. And so at least there is a time for it. And so it calls for planning. When you plan your things well, you wouldn't see the prepping as a punishment, it's like you want to have a field day to do what? To just move about, to have fun always. It can't be. It can't be. So for me, in fact, recently, we even started introducing them to Dom. We were telling them that.
I have a surprise.
But I say,
let's more surprise you more.
Really?
I don't know how much.
Wow.
Hey, my sister.
No,
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, Yamina Dumo. Hey, Papa. Papa, I got do. Oh.
Come on, you are the first. One can't say you are the first old student to head to school, and I'm a Canada.
But your man can't.
I think that and the meeting will be able to. And you see, it's very good. I was born and raised in Swedro. I stayed with her in the same neighborhood, Mahonge, and we are so proud of you. Yeah. This is the first time you will be able to feed that area and all head to school. And I've heard a lot about you, the good things that you're doing. I was there 2 years ago, and maybe at school, maybe admit you, and the way I wear your word, you are doing well. It doesn't matter, baby. And I've heard say you help the Swedish guys a lot. We appreciate your effort. Now we be I mean told support go so na enye ma on for so that was it. I know say what will happen, and I hope say year group na bow And you know, nyame my me course Facebook, me come group no, but still we are man hungry. I support you as a sister and as somebody from my hungry. Thank you. Bye-bye.
The interesting thing is, me and the contact that my friend me won't come on, and I found out that she knows my mom.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
right
Okay.
after the conversation, I called my mom. Now, Mr. Ma, me lady you have come on friend Golda. Golda now. Senior. Moba pa get minimum pa. I think she was even on the board of your interview and all that stuff. Okay. Oh wow, that's nice. So you see, small world.
Small world, though.
My brother, minim singing go. My brother is just in home. You know, us we can try to about her next week. Also, my baby visit too soon.
Mo for children.
School,
Mo for your math pa.
Maybe questions maybe something. That time happened, maybe sir. Why, Papa?
Don't math pa. That's it.
That's it.
A question there.
I am my brother and then come and you imagine.
Oh.
You have a question. It's a video that I want to ask a question about. Do you have any questions before I play the video?
Okay. But me video needs
Maybe send us or question in here.
No, not right now, David. Everything, yeah.
So let's listen to this conversation and tell me what your take.
So we are starting with a news that came not long ago. Yeah. The same-sex marriage and relationship in Ghana is getting serious. So the thing is, 25 final year students of Agona Sredo Senior High School, now they have been indefinitely suspended following their alleged involvement in violent altercations that erupted after a same-sex relationship proposal between two male students. Are you guys?
It's serious?
Same sex.
It's serious.
So from all the story, it looks like one boy decided to propose to the other.
Yeah.
Hey, since when?
And he rejected.
And the other rejected.
Yes.
And then it looks like it became an altercation. Already. So according to school authorities, the trouble began when one student proposed to another who rejected the offer and allegedly conspired with friends to set up the proposal.
Yes.
Yeah. So a physical assault ensued, prompting retaliation from the proposer's dormitory mates. And the situation eventually escalated into a full-blown fight between the two groups. All right.
Yeah.
So the school administration has since taken disciplinary action, suspending 25 students.
Imagine. You're not writing your exams.
They are final year students. Yes. This is indefinite suspension. Hey, what is going on?
Until when? It could be that you're not writing your exam.
Wait, a small boy in secondary school proposing to another small boy.
Okay. So tell us a bit about this incident. First of all, did this happen in your school?
So we had the suspension.
So this
but the issue is that it was the fight that actually, when it comes to these what do you call it, same-sex, whatever it is, you see, we depend so much on counseling. It borders on counseling, talking to the kids involved, whatever. But then for the others to have that gang fight, it is against GES rules, seriously. And so this is the matter that came up, the disciplinary committee, the board, all of us together, we sat on. And those who engaged in the fight were people who already had issues on their files. And so for the two victims involved, we had to work on them through counseling. because these are psychological issues, and as a school, we work on them and we need to protect every student. But to come together as a gang and fight, some hurting themselves here and there, that one will not take it. And so they are final year students and they were made to write their exams under parental escort. This is because we didn't want a recurrence of the fight, because it was like two groups be fighting, and if they come alone, they could have a repetition, which we didn't want. And so they had their families always coming there with them. They write the exams. When they finish, they send them back. And this thing happened in May. A parent who had issues decided to raise it in August, and it became a public issue. But then, as a school, like we said, good things we applaud. And then when it is bad, we'll definitely go to the code of conduct and then deal with you as an issue. So as a head, these are some of the things that come your way, and you have to work with it. And since then, I can see that before they completed, the issues of fighting, serious fightings and all that, yes, were toned down perfectly. And we finished with our exams with no problems. And so, as a school, we are very serious about all our issues. That's what I'll say.
What's
what? Which one?
No, I thought you wanted to react to.
No. Capito, maybe or try.
Okay. Epia, what's your take on that story? Because, and I'm glad that Madam Golda focused more on the discipline and the lawlessness of the story, because the other aspect of it is a bit touchy, and like you said, it's based more on psychological counseling. But how erupted into gang fights and stuff, was very concerning. Like, since when did we get into that year of gang fighting against each other? Telling you, I mean, I said that school, you can't have weapons and stuff on you. It could have been something fatal. That is crazy. Well, Dr. Marcus, next there will be a question.
On the disciplinary side, no, I think it's all and the first time I saw the video, I was shocked, and I was so happy to see somebody, no head, and basically the same year in the school, maybe 93, 92. I covered my course with on no course with school. When I see myself as being him, heading a school, I'm so proud of it. And as I said before, on why are they? Reset no na me person me bisa question. If they reset are they a war class, normal class, no, and a war which bear reset now, and I say they will reset pass before they go to the next level.
Right. So the issue of the reset, it is actually to help ensure that you do not have any potholes in your transcript. This is, before we started this reset thing, I had to present issues to the board to understand the need for them to, accept. And then we sanction that if you do not write the exams. Sometimes when people are coming for their transcripts, you realize that there are some, dashes in there. And this is the time that the person wishes that if the transcript were to be completer, it would have given a better, overview of his or her performance in school. Some of the institutions, especially outside, they are not even interested in the WASI result or something. They want to see your progression, in that order. And so we presented that a lot of them And those times you had students who could choose and pick exams they wanted to write. So there's no reason. I don't like maths, then I don't write maths exams. I don't like econs, I will not write the econs exam. Meanwhile, they'll be in school. They are not sick. When you are sick and you bring your medical reports, the school will organize the research for you for free, just to ensure that you are given an opportunity to fill that part of your transcript, which could be blank when it is time for you to collect or for any form of assessment or something. And so eventually, when that thing was rolled, now students' attendance or students' absenteeism during examination is minimal. So now they know that at least once you've come the whole semester, at the end of the semester, you are supposed to be assessed. It is part of the system. You are supposed to be assessed. So avail yourself to be assessed. And eventually, when we realize that some of them, yes, it's as if they are just writing. And you see, this thing, at school, we do a serious analysis. And so it is something that we have analyzed, looking at the number of Fs that we were recording in subjects. And since this F9 research policy came, the kind of improvement has come. And so when you are going to have the research, if it is not on medical grounds, you have to pay for stationery because we have already wasted stationery on you. The government brings, you don't pay anything. You did not inform us that you don't feel like writing the exams. Then we would have taken your paper away and kept at the right time. But you don't inform us. We print all the papers. You don't come to do it. We have wasted resources. Meanwhile, GES code, it tells us that when you cause any form of financial loss to school property, you are supposed to be charged. And so we argued out our case. And then the members of the Board of Governors agreed. And so you pay the fee that we charge, and then you do the research. When you do the research, we make sure we mark and then enter into your system for you so that there is no pothole. And another thing that also made me drive this to the board, and eventually they agreed. Sometimes you'll be there and somebody who completed school wants his or her transcript, comes and there are potholes, and madam, is there nothing you can do for, I need to get this thing filled. How do I fill it for you? The teacher who taught you, maybe he's on pension, maybe he's on transfer, maybe unfortunately the teacher is even dead. How do we fill in for you? So we have said that at least during our time, within our period, let us try and ensure that the students have their complete end of semester reports, everything. And you know, we chase the teachers, come and fill for us, come and fill for us. So you, the students, we are chasing teachers to mark scripts and fill for us. You, the why don't you want to write so that it will be used to fill for you? And so they know now, and they are aware that if you fail to write an examination, the F9 issue comes in and it's a sanction. So at least we take delight in hearing students. And some students will even tell you, hey, I want to pass all my exams so that I can even become a prefect. Now, when it comes to prefectorial issues, yes, we want to raise leaders. But you know, if you are not a leader who would be given responsibilities as a prefect, and you are already struggling with your academic work, why should we add on? It is not about popularity. It should be about somebody who can combine or have a good balance with academic work and leadership. And then we groom that person so that at the end of the day, you will be able to move or progress to the next level. And when you go there, you can show with your certificate or, a citation or whatever that during my school time, I had this portfolio. I was doing this to help. I was doing that to help. And you are building your political career side already. So that's it about the reset policy.
Thank you very much. In the full time, this is our boy. Two, I'm two papa. Yeah, that's it.
I mean,
I've really enjoyed spending time with you, and I'm sure this is not going to be the last. If there's anything that we need you, I'm sure that when we reach out, we will definitely have access to. Ikia, before I ever Jack, Jack Manakono, do you have anything to say or anything to ask as a Jack Manako? Ikia.
Sorry, not Brio. So my question, Pastor. Sorry, not many Brio.
Let me see. Yeah, holding Madam Jack for too long. Do you have anything?
But so there be Madam near no. Investment and person which said there no. Oh, say business. You are destroying our business. You are destroying our personal business, and we don't appreciate it. We don't. Stop destroying our business.
Or market, no.
Madam. Why?
But
you are destroying the
market won't reduce in the cry. Won't have button mobile. Won't have button mobile. Before I leave, I think I would also want to take this opportunity and say a big thank you for the opportunity. Already, when I gave out the flyers to people, they were saying that, hey, Charlie, our international headmistress, and I was saying that you people have made me. You have made me the international headmistress. All students, I should say that the Global Association of Old Swesconians, the support is massive. The support is massive. Although sometimes you have a few challenges. I mean, in everywhere. Sometimes I do encourage myself that even in heaven, there was opposition. Do you agree? Heaven. You agree there was opposition there? And that led to so many. Once myself and my management team, if there are a few, or the staff in general, if there are a few who don't really see eye to eye with whatever policies or the vision or the mission of the school, whatever, we do understand. In the same vein, the old students, I would say that the way they are supporting. In fact, there's a radio station in the US. So let me take this opportunity to mention my US alumni. Oh, today we have this school wall. It was started by the school itself. At some point, the PTA came to take over. And at a point, the remaining part that was not walled was stalled. And then eventually, we had cattle invading our school. Oh, we've had challenges though. And then the American alumni, they decided that they want to take it as a project. They came to wall. First of all, our new girl dormitory, they walled it. And then the, the entire school wall, as we speak, by courtesy of this thing, they have completed the school wall for us. That we need to mention the US people. They are doing well. Recently, I had the UK alumni inviting me for a head teacher professional development training at the UK. They also sent me the kind of reception they gave, the academic side of this thing, and then the social side programs that they prepared for me. It's also nice, the support. And then talking about the local year groups. Oh, there's I mean, just recently, this weekend, we're having, we are the first trust school. Schools actually built or established by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Suesco is the first one. And that's why we call ourselves PSC as the first of Nkrumah's children. And so Nkrumah was the first board chair of our school. And so sometimes we tell the students that Kwame Nkrumah used to attend board meetings here. You think it's a small school. We also pride ourselves in all that. And so we celebrate the Kwame Nkrumah birthday very much. It's an old student affair. And when that happens, they all come together, celebrate. When it's a speech day, they sponsor, they support us, both staff awards, students awards, they are doing so well. So I'd want to encourage them. Very grateful to the board. And then we can also not forget about parents, the Parents Association. They are also very supportive. I mean, when it comes to the health of the children, the dispensary, for instance, we have the Parents Association, with time they buy medicine, they supply us. When there is shortage of anything, stationery, they make us we run more tests. So the PTA will, support us with stationery, A4, toners, what have you, just as to have more tests to keep the students on their toes. And then our well-wishers, our traditional people that we work with, that's Safu, Kwanzaa Krum, Sweden, and then Krum, traditional area, we work with all of them. The board, all of them are supporting, and the general public as well. So I'm very grateful for this big opportunity to have me on your station, and thank you very much. As a school, we are grateful.
Most welcome.
Papa, Mamenka Webi.
Last question. Semper cum optimis. What's that?
Okay, so Semper cum optimis, it's a Latin what do you call it, slogan, and it means always with the best.
Always with the best. Okay. All right.
So Semper cum optimis, always with the best.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the motto of the school now.
Behu obi wa comment be, but I don't know say who Obi say it's a dramatization strategy to go viral on social media, or there's another motive for her actions. I don't want but the essence is I not on dramatize for anything. That is who she is. So if you be crack on and I'll say no, that is how she is. So sometimes who teach will be to get social media. That is not her purpose. And yet, just to get on social media, and first video be about first now, and Kofunya is cabin or year win, and people no. That is how.
And let me give you this one there. Let me give you a background of that story, how it went viral. I've said that we have a school media, Suesco agenda. That one is there. Every Friday, we have a program. Our students, some reading the news in sports, French, local languages, whatever, some poems, songs, what have you. We do all that, and then we post in the social media for people to know what things, other things apart from academic work our students can do. So what happened was that on that particular day that we're having the morning assembly, it was between 6:30 to 7. And then High Schools Africa, Goshes has been working with all secondary schools in Ghana. GES has subscribed. And so they work with all schools in Ghana. Sometimes they run promotions. We are winning. We are placing second, third. We are arguing with them and all that. And so that particular morning, they were coming to Swedru to do something privately. And so when they got to, if you know our school, it's by the roadside. So when they got there, they said, oh, the whole, we are in January. We haven't seen Madam Golda. We haven't been to Suesco. So once we are passing here, let us see whether she's around or not. And so when they came, we were already having our assembly. And so we were doing our own thing. And then he came and said that, this thing that you just presented to this boy, a final year boy finding a purse. I didn't even know then that the boy was a day student too. I didn't know. And so I was just amazed. It was awesome. Final year boy in this era of betting, in this era of gambling. Not kwa girlfriend cry. Actually, it's kind of kakra in I feel. I mean, yes, but he does that, and then from my own this thing, I give him something. So it was High Schools Africa that took the information out, and it went viral. And if I tell you what has come from that video, you marvel. Boy, nankasa numpuno. Oye nisuban. Oye okita nisuban papa. And it came out when that video came, and teachers were testifying that, oh, they are not surprised at this boy. Oh, this boy, Chede, those who teach him, they were just commending. Nimu laptops, nimu university opportunities, nimu what do you call it? Scholarships. In fact, we even had some Santa Clausians here. They asked about the boy's performance. They said, look, this boy would have to pass. So they were paying for extra tuition from February till they completed school. The money that we had to bank for him, he has a new laptop. I will be taught from the US or the brand. Intino, at least yeah, was it? See, I'm a farmer name there. When you do good, it pays. Maybe yours will not go viral like this, but definitely it will pay. Intino, the dramatize those who don't know me, no. The manner. I mean, that I enjoy whatever it is that I do. I enjoy it. And so if you don't know me, you might think that I am dramatizing for attention. But I mean, that's me.
So
you know, and he's managing me well. So on your issue, yeah. People who know me. So that don't ready from man who used to that's me. Maybe I should have gone into drama, but man, and then not teaching, no, was the calling. And that's why I went to whatever it is that I do. I know I do it with passion. Serious, like 10 biya no, as I me biya, but then me na oyi. Abibia so nyame nyama boafo. Thank you so much.
Okay. I hope your call Zimbi CK Millennium I hope your question is answered. Final. But Pacho no coffee be said there about Momo number be as about in case somebody wants to support with anything. Do you have a Momo number be able to me as that too? Wow.
Okay. Intino, we have a school number. Or that my number 2 can also be used. It's the same thing because I operate both lines. Intino 0244 0244 513 401 0244 513 401.
Okay. Intino, it was a phenomenon.
Right.
Wow. Out of the kindness of your own heart, you want to support Swesco in what they are doing. Yes, you know, so you can even specify, oh, I want this to go to dispensary, but whatever you want to support with me. This is the number 0244 513 401 0244 513 401. Let us support the good work. The comment is ignore. I'll read it out, but just ignore it. My brother, Mechiba too. Okogasku. I say Jack is doing very well because of the few years he spent at Ogasku. Maybe Ogasku, you school for
no. I will not dispute it. You see, I will not. No. Oh no, I would have to acknowledge that because there. Mami mda awono. Mi mda awono. Wo friend na butche. Na yeyim de ogasco na butche so se. Nwara. Eja. Oya o man na azuna wa atem kaka, but very normal. But at least staying with the boys, no. Ewa, at a point, no, okamona, otafun kakra. Ewa, because you know, boys, and more so I was also teaching language. And boys will learn virtually all other subjects, but English no one. Inti, I was always on them. Inti, when I go to my science classes, I try to find out from you. You, at the end of the semester, no, that time, no, a term. Inti, at the end of the term, it might pass all your subjects, but the English language, you don't do well. Is it that chemistry, no, was it Latin? No, was it Latin? More than English. And adults, then why they English? And so it means that they are not particular. Inti boys in the mugu do papa. So I think that's a one because of the boys, I was able to build myself, toughen myself, brace myself well to face them. As a mother to all boys. I think that he's right in a way. And then I went to a girls' school to store that side. I've been in a mixed school. At least all those.
Now that I'm thinking about it, get in the way. August forget that. Auntie Golda, thank you very much for your time. Okay. Those of you who don't know anthem, Swiss school anthem, this is it.
With heart and soul, thank the voice for faithful. Thank for better. And with the fact there you will take many of them as you do. Something optimism to is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was
all right.
That was our superstar headmistress, Madam Golda, and also known as Jack. They say we didn't for the mistresses like that or leaders like that, and the good guys always love them, but the crazy ones who know the woman because on spell, as you know better, you already know it's in the rules already. You are aware. You are already aware. You're not overcatcher. So that was an interesting convo. We also had an interesting convo with KyeiNWom, the guy who's been doing all sorts of impressions. It's interesting that we found out that first of all, he's a radio presenter. He's a musician himself. He plays the guitar, and there are so many other things. And it's there will be a fact. For those who have loved, liked, and commented on the show, there will be a big sister Abasam Waha, mehu Asantua Brass, mehu Big T, mehu Mobile President Waha, mehu me Sweet Egg, Queen Mother Crowbia Waha, mehu Sasti Missy Amwako, Nana Esther Finehas Waha, like Edimbe, Nana Kobia and San Nana Kobia. I hear this is your school, so go and support them. Go and help them out. They need you. Ajoa Samoa Waha, Emmanuel Andamu is a brother to sister Obasesiano or Hajoko Achi Judah Buaje Babu Muzakari names in the door. So I see Psalmist. I see all of you. I see Kojo Sam Nidia. I hope I remember chosen. I see my brother here. I see Atukwam Nadanso representing Yafosu is also here. Kukua is here. Capito is in the midst. In fact, lifetime legacy is representing in the midst. For Mr. Charles the name. If you are here and I haven't mentioned your name, please forgive me. Names in the doors. So and your Dr. Bakus, thank you very much for joining, and Dr. Pope, thank you also for joining. I want us to go through these last two topics real quick before I let you guys go, because me and Juana are check until the me and Juana easy. I'll tell you Diana yesterday you Daddy Lumba. Why check out? Oh, I read it. I told her, and she said yes. She remembered or us nature go through you. Emmanuel. could you sell? What's up, boy? Oh, okay.
Boy.
You now saw what how
I remember time you almost and share pictures.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Dr. Yabua, about the same day, we stayed in the same area. It's most of us, we were from the same area. We came to US the same day. We stayed in the same. Yes, we were about 5 people. Yeah, and there's Dr. Yabua. We have Kobe, and then Ayo, which is Dennis Yabua. Dennis Yabua so called school. Most of them, men are Dr. Yabua, of course, NS was from technical school. We were. I'm saying, one class one. And Bakuso account also called three were from Sweden, and then Martin Yabua was from Sweden. NS, the senior brother, was from Sweden and Pesco. So we were all in the same. People don't know the lady, no, but we know.
Oh no, I mean I can tell she was just being her. I mean,
yeah.
Doesn't have any.
Yeah.
Even look at the interview. She was just being herself.
Yeah. That's how she is. That's how she is. Kojo last week, I share my picture. I posted on Facebook. He was a grandmaster, no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Kojo Mumu is in eye. Don't come and attack me. Moye never go support one. Ana yetchen. Send this kako. Chawon 5,000. You know. Offer BBI. Na yambozi wa. Anyway,
yeah, that's true.
So Lumba is gone, but in some Sanda. There's always something going on somewhere. Now, a couple of days ago, now Muhunde Obati wa live program on TikTok, and one guy we all know, Appietus, one of the big producers in Ghana, Obado, and he was firing from all cylinders. Or fire or dobro lady na Lumba nyana eventually Wagana. So fire no, so warning no, sorry no. What mean take a crack and then we'll dive into it and see. I mean, I just want to get your take on the position. Like, was it necessary? Was all the stuff that you were saying necessary, or it really was necessary? When you take
TV podcast ni eri ameje so ene olumamba akwesi kese me so so no subscribe to the channel no na what turn on the notification bell say drop.
If you are listening to me, you know me. Don't listen to people who wrestler. So when you them catch on now one man pay the four, then no 2-400 about that from no up my minute hour and no 2 for any very engine. Maybe or the better. Now, so why you are not doing one who lose your phone? That will be because my minute at the before the quarter. Maybe I deal and cost the back to be only 2 missing court. I'm telling you, I buy who to get 2 missing. I buy one no much troll on you know to the local parliament at a parcel of bro. Lord, no hold that. I'm talking to Priscilla. Move a video, man, may power. So if you're not watching now, Priscilla, obey no kind of question. Listen to me, Priscilla. Make no mistake. As how no, the woman has power, and that's the power of ordinance. A government in the form is hard. That not the Lumba sign. It puts you in trouble. It puts you in so much trouble.
Whoever is advising you is giving you foolish advice. I'm telling you, don't listen to that person. Me woeful because who you should. I'm telling you, in the next year, please let me count. I know, man. If you don't listen to me, please let me count. And maybe our friend, I'm on fire because watching the before too much. I'm telling you, don't do that, Prisla. Listen to me, forget you'll be a Prisla. Be myself. Me my wife you watch. My I did court up and down. Court to declare for. My Prisla won't before I'm telling you, because who share my minute before, but you only look my starting one. And let me tell you how this thing is. It is me my quarter as I see 1980. Now I'm better to 2003. Also there, and you're possible. My documents in court will show says assassinate the toy now cry be I am. Automatic is for that woman. Only Bemana Bre. Beman in Jana baby and Casu Jano and our divorce certificate and a document says well Jano. You're careful. You're very careful. The Bemano would never last year pay a kind of kind now. That means the woman is valid in his life. Say who hope in kind, and that the door is evidence against you. Please, the power no, no, don't abusia penny, and they can maybe I can cry do a do man for, but be careful, be very careful. Obian coming up here, Mekato. I've told a lot of people, I give you them. Or my team, or more they solved it amicably. Why tell me? Obaka say, oh, I'm telling you because say the beginning of Fremia, San Kolanitino, Luma Manitino, I have to help. Oh, you're careful, you're very, very, very careful. You didn't crema mamino. Who the scheme of a coco catching? Say my fussy, I can't say, Miss Roy any day. Now, as I'm Obiama, Mamika said, Yakupo say, I hardened the heart of Pharaoh so that I'll show him that I am God. The other one then as will be cocoa be account or didn't want to care no yakon we are. I feel police in the hand of Bunis and no, but I too late. Some year can go or tower to say she see with over Kwaha, with over Faha, my bail, Ubo Alpha, or be able to dear draw as a law. The law is the law, young parliament to control for be a view, and one or honor. So PNDC law, and all is time is actually time in the year. Will be a year the day. Ejimi srem muma ase we to press la say don't listen to anybody. The woman has autonomous power. Don't joke. Woman don't make me baby, but one shot out of a buffo any normal why no evidence is against you no. Ebe how woman think about them from 10 years now. Think about them from 10 years. They'll keep up no. Jane who from 10 years now. Jiakwan from 10 years now. Now I say when you cow, you chaso kaba now bread. Now, who bread? Who bread and Ghana form a carry my mom do it, you know. One seed one seed your mind not do a chip because we say Japadia or the cabinet woman be precise, careful. Be very careful. Me, I don't care. Obey to me bribing, obey to me yashi. I will say the truth because I knew that nobody you know I know you. I know you, yes, I'm gonna make my car. I know you way back. I'm by Fionum. How did that Lumba introduce you to me? You know, me to me. You understand what I'm saying? First day I will Fiona that Lumba introduced you to me, no, how did he introduce you to me? I came with my wife and my sister. Met my friend Dufie, met my friend Frida. We all came there. We need that Lumba Jaho, I could hear film and now team was gone. No, see. You remember this? Don't remember it, so please. And you know I know you, so listen to me. Don't let this woman take you to court. You have no power. You have no power. Uma bema, obabi abetuma wama bema. You have no power. Who could do court wa? Now judge the final verdict now. You will cry. You will cry, but it will be too late. And they can't do anything about it. You cannot fight. You can appeal. It's done. Listen to me. Remember, legal. Okay, fair lawyer or you're neutral, not because don't let people tell you what you want to hear. Don't let people tell you say and I say forget Appietus me, forget me. I'm saying 10 years and now the 5 years. 5 years. 5 years, yeah, I did home. Officer, that loom, and then that woman, a man, they are new MPP. What I say? On you ho, I'll still find a different artist to do the song. So if I say, but me about a president, I say to take me to take you to Baumia if so about a president. It will take me to take you to him. So if you don't listen to me, my friend, I'm maybe fat because I went here. And so be a call, I said, I said, better be now life assistant because of what previous look why I'm a party. So think about all these things. Don't think only one. If you are cut off, you are cut off. I'm telling you, if you are cut off, you are cut off. Don't and then I'll pray, mammy, men pray. Yes, I am mammy. Ne my afon ne da dia chawo kono nim no kopacho koso nkwala ne yelu mamba kono nim pacho bi ba men tie kwase afo. I'm telling you, who pound you go and Google about marital laws in Ghana. Just Google it right now. Be out to be for Google there. Come on, marital laws in Ghana. The laws about marriage in Ghana. Google that thing. Google will tell you everything. Now can we not say who to me? Are there ordinance no who to me about facing my now? Then you go ahead. Papa the trial will cry. The law supersedes if the woman comes and then fights the will. Say unbelief. Who say will now? Papa in the trial. That's it. They can arrest somebody for bigamy. They bet you will be at prison for bigamy. Don't let them go for me kick that down. Yeah, and I say me straight. I think we should talk before the year. And some of my cats on we show. You don't many break.
So okay, in a nutshell, basically what Appietus is saying is Odobru, I guess our patches are on the whole ceremony because about a year, about she's not the wife. Now, whatever amount for advising and so on, yeah, to call more advising so on, say one and go kone idea, whatever, no, no Appietus. He knows the truth basically, or no him, like he's very close to the family. Now, the person with which he was talking, and I didn't come up with but there are other factions or more say first of all, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Secondly, he should just stay away from on your family member. He was just a producer at a point to Lumba. On your family member, and managing Mekasa to say he's a final authority over everything. As a matter of fact, when I was listening to Peace FM on Thursday, there was a comment that states there, Lumba manager say, Appietus now, only cast 10 years ground. Like the last time they had an interaction was probably like 10 years ago. Now, all of a sudden, everybody is an authority in the Ghana law. Everybody is an authority when it comes to a view our ceremony and like I don't know. I just want to hear you guys' opinion about his stance and if it's necessary, if it's a good education for Odobru, and I say, is he taking up responsibility to be on and so on? If you are won't start.
Okay. Me feel say asem de eba obiara beka ne de obiara beka ne de. O ka say ne manager ne si ohun ne be 10 years then. Me hane meninka there's been videos in recent times na Lumba e won studio. I think say na oyes na nyuma also the be out TV intino. But anyway, you see if he say Lumba film, there's been so many talks out there. We blame me, we blame me, we blame me. But what I want people to understand is say, okay, the wo betina abrochre na wo until say enkwala ni benyi edru like be 16 to 18 hono. You can't just get up like that and say, what sorry, I said, when you say, oh, Ghana. To me, sorry, and say, when you just like that to say, oh, who see or Ghana into also across the South Nema so Ghana. Mind you, a Yawukun or Bonum on the Yenum to for your bar. Enti before ansa na wobetimi akasa wo kwa woni na ikotenaga e wo se wo kono to niema na wankasa so to niema ne ade. So if you have properties in this foreign country now what's in that, you think say you can just get up and say I'm giving up the property just like that? No. And yet it is as an money and make you look like if say, oh, it's so easy, you can just get up and go and say, so yeah, yeah, it's easy, it's easier said than done. Until you find yourself in that, you will not know. Until you find yourself in that position, you will not know. There are people that almost life yet stand still because they have to make sure that and kwalanya baby agent son or something else or me domoko. And now so found kwalani konkoma or social services. Are you kidding me? Omoba penny or woman kwalana hin wedi. Onyi baby. So say onyi nu baby and uncle na obana ye say and no obia kra wunye me he say everade fa me born in chame me ya na me fa nipa ayi eni di natem ta ma me bi na wa ne hu say ayi empase nyoma na wote ayi London hono lendo say you come and you insult your fellow women and tell us okobo asha wo koye we say ni na. I mean why? Because osuna to fomti abua bi atimi boni bi. Lumba na emu nankasa na wote won wote asen how often are you who say wabegina public ed na no e wasemi ho anase bibi asem bia ani ho a me man kronkofo nkonkofa ayi asem ma e ma me man ni mienu. You see, from what we ni obi be se ni emu bi ho ani enim ni ehu ni de ate ene ni ye preview to no. There is nowhere that state is saying Lumba or Nene Penino, they were ever divorced. Okay? Even if they were separated, they are still legally married. And there is a paper binding them two together. So if there is any legalities, she can say yes, may this paper way, and I hear yes, and if or Bruni feels, oh, what's na Lumba, whatever, nobody is disputing that she's done a wonderful job. Na senka me nanka onim said the embrani city o enka me ma obia e mama meseme ni oyirepanyin ntem. Because if Akusia Sewa wants to be gangster like some other women now, enka ge we me see for about 2-3 years na ne ho to on that. Obetinya ma ne ho ahyehye no. Opeso otwe asem ni obetimi put the call the High Court to go say e bigamy. So even if she has a documentation, say Lumba Warren and answer winner, she can be charged. She can face the consequence. I'm telling you.
Who?
Odo Brody. On Odo under the ordinance law, no, she is not recognized. Amamremu yakwa ne ho ade dia ye begia som, but eba emremu a na sa akosia pese ogina akosia ma anti akosia so pese oye ne ho opese oye asem ne chinchinchina odo broni no enkoyie ma no
Lumba or Willa or Willing in Yamabi.
She can still contest the will. She can contest the will. And she can go and say, okay, also Nimi Kruna will say, okay, I want DNA. She can ask for DNA for all 6 kids. She can ask for 6. Oh, you see, that is a thing. Ghana phony be wa nim. If they don't know, nye dima and confonya de educate you omu. Tewunim. On from the information that you have. To say Obi to say MCI say from what she knows and what she's heard, nobody can. Sister. Excuse me. Wano nye dinsi ubia. But we ubia fiastem ubia wadi astem. Ebia bani na yenye biaka. Mema medano huajimai emma meji nyinem. Na se ye kasa okasa o ma emra ye juma. Ehona obehu say yes emra bi ye juma. Me, the little advice I made be ma would to tell the appeal to Sukana, Madam, Humble yourself. Humble yourself. Memma and Crawford yodrum. No. Because when it all comes crashing now, everybody will leave. Ebeka wo any woman, any woman. Me ameti here kura me too for me wo baby ah. Enti memma obi na dawo, nemma wutiri mu nya wo de. Memma obi na dawo, memma wutiri mu nya wo de. Akosia se wa ba so ba be di kuna she odi se odi kuna because ni kunu no. And memma ni bi wo ho sometimes asem a omo beka ama wo hu omo yire no differently no. That is what they will tell you. So you can see their wives differently. That is the picture they will post out there or they will paint out there. Lumba babe jina hono say maybe that kosia se wa matisi ka ware no. Kenka one oba ni hobi man ko beka se me ex-wife akosia se wa. That man would have made that declaration right then and there, but he did not. Boldly or say maybe that kosia se wa matisi ka ware no akosia se wa nyesada. Maame no send you maame no on pekasa. But say push. You guys might get what you're not expecting out of the woman. Push now. Not also on she doesn't have people supporting her. She doesn't have supporters behind her. But me sure say the people that are advising her, they are being very, very tactical and calculative. It is although Bruni will be beer. Yes, when I must say Lumba Yari, nobody is taking that away from you. Nobody is disputing it. But you think you can have people disrespect the first wife?
Now, has she done anything disrespectful to the
No,
first
I'm not.
wife?
As I may say, almost or so much, almost like the people that are doing that on her behalf.
And that's already that has nothing to do with her.
I mean, yes, Papa, that has nothing to do with her. But a year then, Enna, what would do near information a chef flyer? So, who did you consult with? Who did you consult with?
Need new information testing. What was the
Yes,
information?
flyer. Yes, yes, I'm near chat will be near the yes, ni Lumba 1 week. No, Ninia Baba, and an edition flyer, and so no, or Cherem Crofodio Muni.
You didn't say flyer as what?
Media minim as what, but yes, Odo Bruni Nianono. Odo Bruni Nianono. She's proudly and boldly giving. Papa, me at this point, no, I don't care who is doing. All I'm saying is saying the mini Odo Bruni na. I will not let anybody push me or have any family member of mine do anything that will go against anything that Babe affected me. You're making
Okay. Odia, hold on, because I have a question for me. Dr. Bartus, any Pope point of view before I ask you my questions. Dr. Bartus, your take.
Yeah, you see, me, Sawe na me share them follow me, who's I don't even want to listen, cry. Because we pan we woo and nature seminar and a dozen. But my mechanic say, basically what they're trying to say is that why worry Akusia Brunu, why worry our first wife, now why worry second one.
Our first wife. And so the synopsis of what I know. Lumba was married to Akusia Sewano. They moved to Germany. Lumba got sick and decided to come home to get healed. Akusia Sewa decided not to follow Lumba to Ghana because they had kids and she didn't think it was
necessary
right for them to all move here into while she also takes care of the home in Germany. Lumba is here struggling. Finally meets, and there was a nurse or an aide that was helping Lumba, moving around, the medication, they drew, all the good stuff. Then one thing led to another. he and the aide become something more than what she is or what she was meant to be. They started reproducing. And own class a 3 or 4 or 5. Now, it sounds like the whole time Appietus Stewa wasn't frequenting Ghana to take care of Lumba. So it was basically this Odoboni who took care of him during his sick period. There's other school of thought that says Appietus Stewa, although wasn't frequenting Ghana, she was still responsible for sending medications to Ghana. I think she was using her insurance to get medication for Lumba and sending it to Ghana. So she was also contributing towards the man's welfare. But the person that was at his right-hand side the whole time that he was sick, and if he had, I think like 4 kids or so with this woman, I am fun to say, all the kids have 2-year interval. We are talking about at least 8 to 10 years of relationship with this woman.
Yeah.
Now, Lumba is gone. There's a whole lot of bone of contention, different schools of thought. Some school is saying that for as long as Emremuno, Lumba is married to Appietus Stewa, that is the wife. Wenu obeto aware so. And you know, if anything, unpacking and hokra and all background, no unfollow the instructions of Appietus Stewa. Whatever she says is what she follows. Although Bruni so no, in all honesty, most people know her even more than Appietus Stewa because she was the one holding Lumba's hand for this last decade. Whenever there's a public appearance, we all know she has kids for him. You understand? And you know, technically, she feels responsible for this funeral rites and what happened because her face is all over the place. Yeah,
and Papa, so I think what some people are saying is quite interesting. You know, it's constitutionally no. Ghana mramu no. So no about na mo ba ku mienu miensa. Na busuafo abusuani ba ku anamienu. Any who say you have some sort of family with that person now. What I say what worry no or unworry no. Nipa no eya wo yere. And she is entitled to some things. It no na.
Okay. So maybe let me finish. So back to see the stuff. So after this happened, you know, the first thing that came out was a statement from the family of Lumba that they do not record. Those were the genesis of all these issues. So they were the people that first came out saying that they do not recognize Odobronino as Lumba's wife. They only know of Sewa. Okay, that was the first contention. And the second contention was during Owina Kofo visiting the manager, which is the president of what's this guy's name? Roman Father, was doing introduction. And that's another story altogether. And also I know big. And during introduction, Roman Father said that Auntie Sewa ye Lumba ye Lumba's first wife. I know Germany. And then when he finished, he went to the next one, which is Odobroni. The Lumba neye kusinya onyino krom hani. And people were upset that why did he even go further to say that Lumba neye kusinya onyino krom hani. Mind you, Lumba's radio station is managed by Roman Father. Roman Father reports directly to Odobroni. So where do you think his loyalty will lie? Obviously to the Odobroni, for you know, say one point in Gasada. because she's been out for so long. And long and short is that now people are saying, I think there's a school of thought that's saying that Odobuni should start fighting, otherwise they might take everything from her and her kids. And other schools of thought saying that she's not known legally. And one of the schools of thought is Appietus, basically saying that now whatever Sewa wants to apportion to her on farmland instead of thinking of fighting. And I think AJ has the same stance as Appietus. So basically that's the
thank you. My can say in Ramono, say you legal issues or moral issues. Sometimes legal issues I can something different. Moral issues so cast baby. When I say legal and moral kaka. So our first wife, not still on and what they are. Second wife no say legally. Or why not second wife but also second wife named Ramono, or say name. But here's the case is on anyone muscle. Inti mofrano so wafim deno, then definitely ombetumaka. And you see, appear to can say ukuno. So nikuna, which means to say wa two dina. It is wa two dina, obema no odi for, and obema no soko. Inti say epasana obeka say one or wire first, or wire one na legal way no obeka so okay nikuni. But maybe there was a issue of why HSS. So why now separated for so long? You are no more married. And for because in the same US, I say if you stay apart for about 3 years, I know it's a no. Inti, yeah, interest any man see and yes, be okay. Why will now would to baby no to baby? Sometimes maybe legally no and ya worry be no so kaka. Traditional will be a traditional marriage. Traditional marriage, and yet legal marriage. So be why a ordinance now quite traditional. They don't they don't recognize that one. And Obeka Begum and Obeka say, Obenino, wait before why and why say why for. Instead of normally 1 or why 2 no, or court one now. Second wife from wire court or what do call fear a quarter and shed and that is the area minimum. Now you see, okay, we beside baby about well no. So what I know they say will be able to my contest well no. Either say if you are why well first one and the second one they be pin into over check I say second one or and the duress and I say papa na why it's also over contest kakra. And a spouse would my contest. So dependent children, who say dependent children normally under 21. And so will be over 21 and below, basically won't be a high schooler. What my contest in way. My meme ye in so obano na a biano betchen, but I'm frana woman de whatever they supposed to get no omubenya. But obano I mean to me who said what my case work on and now for so long in tea, all money BB, and I said also way separator for so long in tea. Money BB there, honor na me meaning. Until that is where I drink a crack. Until what I would advise and say, a bay I will be no one say. I don't think say what will you know I can be in public. I just say
that's the thing between the two of them.
The two of them they are
not done any public appearance.
I just say yeah, wait.
Social media in-laws no maji asem na fa obi to me sorry the whole week no live video talking about Lumba like they were there.
Yeah. You see?
Like I said, they were in a family, they were part of the life. Like I don't get
yeah, and so if you say about say those two people, they are not a loggerhead to were free, they have decided to do what they're supposed to do. Yeah, I want to and appeal to so I think as all can also make catch us, but you see, these are some of the things me feel saying Kebeyanka. First thing, Fredo, then castle which is say if you say now. Martin said, don't speak, don't bring yourself in there. But main say again, no so akasa. Mo Kenya main say so akasa or dobro ni akasa. And I say, Akosia say, oh, so ya say one akasa. Enti, mi mu hawa, I think of who did it. Maybe just a And ya dia be poor walk until we should just let them be. Bemanana, Ebia, also, maybe sometimes I am careful. Nina, they be a make me markers as me. Obina Semba, Yansu and Fenya for to my yet say I say, well, life. So why worry? When you bear mat ho, and now know about her. Now no die. Shemu ye, and brand up as only you might brand ye. A bit of my say, be only about separate for so longer. More worry you. A bit of my say, so no about separate grass, still am I why, and yeah, careful with that. And yes, I have to do court, and Rebecca is okay, court and branding say, why separate for far too longer. You are no more married. Because yeah, our summer work out, sexual stuff count. Into uti baby, no uti baby, then obey. Oh, uti, nay, kakra. And oh, mufra, unima buchas and them say, fear a candy. Yan share Adrasafo na semba no so nso echi obo beka se ne ba nti ontumi nja ne ba no abuchi no metra Ghana abofra anda age no ontumi nja nti eno so ye asem oba no so botumi ejina so akaze because of this and that nti mentumi nja well nti e dai sikaka me de me pacho say those fighting on social media bringing that fight between the two no wonya adwebro wonya abotremo na ye nyina ye nsu amra no ne ye hu say separation ba then time no we're calling as divorce. Say any time limited there, then there's no divorce. Ever said there or Kawari Obi or Odichibia, that marriage will not be recognized. But on any one Mufra, into Mufrana they watch wall part of it, no, as Mufran we are. Want to be in Casa one man Mufrani say enema. Why a war no cry? The other person can contest it, and then they will say it's okay. Ya contest seen ever, then the law no big enough is okay. O contest if you are first, it's you change. Then we better check I say or yen under duress, and I said then reason or yeah. And so that is what I would say.
Papa.
This a question be if you remember. But maybe it's a question be I didn't even think about it. Austin, what if he didn't even marry a Sewa.
And why not so no, which means say
But Papa say or say wanko warren traditionally and illegally. Enka Lumba toy. There is no way the family members would have gone with the Sasomo Kosine.
I think what
no. Omukosi akusia se wane fe ne yire panyin no.
Okay, but just say you was say what who can say what boni na wa akatu ni na bom.
Oh, okay,
that for now we're confusing. Hold on. Let me make it clear. The question I think what Kovna is asking, what if Akusia Sewananka Sano? She wasn't legally married. Ebia Onankasa Supo was traditional married, and that is why the family went over there to Wakesini because Onina Lumba is the one that traditionally. What if the legally Lumba now or one word mommy? How
okay, so Papa, I think say we're not ignorant to the fact say when we see traditional marriage versus court marriage, you know the difference between it. There is photos all over social media with Oni Akusia say wa omo wari omo exchanging rings and you almost signing. There's pictures out there. There's pictures but ni na ye hu ni mu bi ni bebre ni ye hu you. Lumba na me kwana minim Lumba ire until say asem we nyina ye den eba out and answer na we all saw this. Again, traditionally, let's put the legal part on the side. Traditionally,
no. If you have evidence that, then there's no point to put anything on the side.
There is evidence all over social. It is all over the place.
I mean, I haven't seen it, but if you have the evidence, then I guess that point is a non-starter.
So the thing is that say, worry, obi legally and not marry the person traditionally. Yeah. Most likely, I can form a no. Unless they know something otherwise, I won't consider no as a worry. Okay. enti nienti emamutimi ko say akosua sewa eyie ne say omu recognizing as ne yira omu nim say waye ne ho ade and possibly abusuafo kra di akiri emom kokoye ne ho ade enti no mo de nsa ekose na yie no
enti abusuafo no person mo chere the whole time they didn't know about Odobroni.
Eno
the whole for 10 years
and
they didn't know about Odobroni any mad Lumba ni on lady na wo
no mo sa no mo person mo chere abusua panyin sa na no person chere
all right
sa na abusua
let
panyin no person chere
which is a fallacy if you ask me, but let's
oh yes yes of course I know that, but what I'm saying is that let's not dispute the fact to say laws are laws. In as much as you ever put your spin, your twist, and all these things on it, no, the law is the law. Is mumie nyai emrano na emrano enye nejuma. I mean, you guys should let the man rest in peace. Lumba nemu no tiasi ene krampo na how often maybe na mini kanyo wenwa enkana Odobroni kranka me kranka na mini no. But according to people, ko baby ano ne na eko. Enkanyi wenwu kranka na yiri panyi kranka mini no. And so most of NYUMA abonyina akosua say we din ye den ewom, but we didn't know who she was.
Odobroni so onyo no so onyo na onyo baby. But Dr. Pope so doc.
Mama ka ba so nka M7 search no Texas ano separation Christ not a the only a what considered as divorce no a legal way.
When you sign a document, when it doesn't matter how long you're separated for until you file for divorce and it's finalized, you know. Being separated from your partner does not say you are divorced. No. It is a one say I'm fine say me no ti we say ya worry. Not say be you separate to baby not something should happen. I am still considered your legal wife that has, unless say you have if you have it written somewhere say if there are certain decisions maybe our person say making that decision but if
that's
not
what I'm saying. What if Luma has a gazette documented somewhere in a will that I want
that's what I'm saying. If the will is there, if the hair said would not say back na many back so we na say back sasa for not on anything. Now why will not so why I can still contest it as his legal first wife. I can contest it.
Produce some for an example.
Na date on funny here. Maybe what show no so one for who
Make me a contest the will. No, I can contest the will. The back was new in Fakun I can say yes, I have questions, I want a DNA test, and it is my legal right as his legal spouse to request for those things.
Okay.
Dr. Fu, Yanko.
Papa, me feedback mbe mi no ba ku di kan say.
Na de dey.
E kan say eji asem ba nya betre. Se nyame ya adom na woti ase ya ntutuye bi a was a woye as oba as bema no me no I've seen some me papa ka baby no mo feel say one go school to anywhere their plans their thoughts ntokwa no mo de banyina the moment the will was made clear one more mutaku one more mo simple Omadwi mupo nyina ka omutrim. Now, I believe Lumba has a will. Dear baby, mene ebia mebra panyini Appietus and Yadrian say Lumba throw on the will mu. Look, you won't bebra crofo willing niema momo without their wife's approval. Krumha Yunuanum near sisters, near brothers, bebrea, a mukoye, a living work, obi okra, enam esumpa, or the asum, uncrophone inteno, or to minya a japadie from Nipana, what quakosum no, ne wemu, a can say, the japadiemu. We have seen a lot of things like that. So, with or without the fact to say, worry no worry no. If Lumba feels say one no crack in plan where chiri, name for the busuan bia enim, but the infant hypothetical as I say, a busuani bia nim or dobroni up to this time. Now Lumba feels say obey so woman no one woman no. The fact say wama me ho kwa ma me ne no anante me ne no ahia mpam wanu aduane amamadi no. Se medan mienu medan miensa me de mo odobroni a the first wife has nothing to say, point blank. That's it. Okay, you can be a wife and you can get nothing, and you can be a house helper and you can inherit, you can say a japadia from someone. So let's not get it twisted. So when you will, then the legal wife has some voice here. But so any will no can say legal wife no cry woman. What it me ama? I'm not saying that's how Lumba is saying, and I can't speak for him. But what it me ama me crampo no metiase no na me nya ni je bia won ho a. Look, that person who has passed no can decide to say me mautaku mouse empoa. That's it. I can yeni krom ha na nkrofo wele omonkraman. Na nipa ohwe dog no wa inherit a japade no. So let's not get it twisted. Say me your first wife and I'm your legally wife. You can be legally wife, you can be first wife.
Eric, you're out of my will. Why?
Of course, blue is blue and white is white. At the end of the day, no. Say Lumba in his own jurisdiction, what he has no, I say odobronina menina mbra ahunhihia bae no. The first wife no ni ho. But odobronina akrokromi mama to me di me 60 years because Lumba yare chepa ye nyina yenim. It is a odobronina akrokromi na se majapade ye 4. Odobroni wo de 2. Me yire a owo akwantu mu ne so ne de 2 a. Who your first wife, who your second wife, who your 1 million wife, who ni foku. The watchro no watchro. That's it. And the court cannot override that rule unless it's a forged will. But as long as it's you can say attested and the court have stamped in it and everything is legal. And no. Now, Papa, so it's said and done.
Eric, me pacho, maybe so was them kakro. O say, watchro any idea, the will it's final. Have you heard of people contesting people for their will with their will for?
Of course.
No. And have you seen or have you heard that some of the wills have been overturned?
AJ, as some America say, a will can only be overturned. It can only be overturned when the person now, but yes, no, so changes be answer all free more. Now we need the updated version now, it can be overturned. But if there's only one will and then it's been attested by the court that that's the only will and the woman, they can't overturn it. You can protest against it, you can do whatever you want to do against it, but you can't change it. That's it.
I will look for this. I will look for that document and forward it to you so you guys can know.
Me woman nipa bi oye Ghana lawyer. Met me in the contact my papa. Na mre pamu no. Baba be chirichi we mu nyina. It's as simple as that. Say AJ me no wo ho. Na me wele me bibia de ma AJ. Na say me wo ebia a wife before you. Na me say sa wife no wanye bibia ma me na wo AJ na wakrokro me amama tumi atransi acha. Na se manse sandie will na me ye original na me yine no di kind no na me yire no udi na chi na whatever no and found say we 100 wife whatever I've said me di ni nyina hye won say that's it. Court can overrule it him because metiase no de me pe na matwro how about say we ye me first wife na so no na da bia otieti mi wa brabom na me side chick bi na abua me. How about that? It no let's not get it twisted. Me di manu ba besi no ade we nyina kura ye pre de ode na ade no wawukọ Lumba na ode na ho ode epepe ni sika ede kọbọ ne nyom ede sisi ni dan ni na sefuo ni nyina no ene wawukọ enti ade a wose omo gu akire na obehu no na first wife ni odobroni no kura mpo no omo aka omo asem a omo ti omo ba bi epe omo ho asem because nkwara wom on both ends bankrofo omo ti akire no na omo ye dede mu amu ye dede no mu nchiri mpemo de mu amuye dede mu bi kura mu kununum entumi nye ajapade bia mu nsum ho. And on top of that the ode na ho ode kopeye no onu kura wukọ ye nyina ye kurukura mu bi sa kwa so onu Lumba no kura na boss anyum na and I say ye musicians no bia let me correct me enti no you who asase yi so bia ye mpre mfa nko ba bia.
Me pacho na na ma che na boy why. Good evening.
Me da ase. Ye mpre mfa nko ba bia. Enti no ye ma odo ne nkambom emra. Na se bio Lumba no so se odane nani ehwe asase yi so na hu ne yire ne girlfriends ne whatever no na at the end of the day no otumi hwe a na nakoma ato ne yam ne kra ato ne yam ye nyina ekrokro mu bisa akwa ye mfa nko ba bia de oyire ne ho pen na ade no wawukọ enti wo pre akwa eda no kra de man wa na 10 bedrooms a ba ko na wo dam enti papa yensu ye ho yan ye tie asase yi so no ne nja japade ho rushing no, and on top of that say ye be pre japade so a de ono no tie ase no de otro ye no ne begina. That's it. Some girlfriend
who futu be to side check for normal food.
You to side check. You be two main check and side check.
Or maybe you have 2 wives and why?
Who your wife?
So let's
Papa Maminka be so well no say who surviving wife one boni din kra wo wo no ma onye japade ni bi. Nti every day who contest obey bibi so far as a who surviving spouse now. It doesn't matter so what boni din wo mo wa money din wo mo obey japade ni bi. Or mofra obey bi. Nti e niam bebre. Nti e say bia okay ma will me bi bia dey amobi. Na our spouse. So no war property a won't be nka say many ways si dan na wo akọwe abo before enya possible nti ewo dem bebre nti they have to consider all that enya sa na murky but may hia ne say one man some bemra na me bon pa so say oye wo la obemu wo nyina bi. Thank you.
So for those of you who are rubbishing or kind of belittling the fact that we are giving this situation our time or hearing, I just want to bring something to your attention. Regardless of the fact that we are talking about Lumba and his family, we are also learning from this, okay? There's so many legal implications of this whole conundrum that most of us are not aware of. It is a good learning curve for us. At the end of the day, the final in the grand scheme of things, whatever the result will come out, will be a learning situation for you now to know. Not just for concern purpose, but just for the fact of acquiring knowledge. And let's not only be so emotionally charged about this. This is a learning experience because a very tricky situation, especially for the fact that we don't even have the full details. I haven't seen anyone with the actual full details of this whole thing. Everybody is coming up with what they think and what they think should be. We don't have the full details. Being that what does the will say? Is there a will? Is there a legal will? What does the will say? Is the will recognizing both of them as wives? Is the will recognize just one? Is the will taking care of all the kids? We don't have all that details, but it's good that we are having this discussion. And for those of you who think we are not, I don't think we are playing sides. We are trying to figure out what happens there's so many dynamics, so many different faces to this story. So me, for instance, I want to know what is going to happen in the end, how these things go, because there are so many law related stuff that we might not have information or we might not be privy to. But in the long run, the final judgment will give us information of how these things go. We are not wasting time. Some of you think we are doing. I think we are learning. I think it's a little like so. Bakus within a few minutes, research will be that if you are separated, it doesn't mean you are divorced. You are still a wife. We are also looking at the possibility that maybe I was even thinking of the possibility that they were not legally married. They were okay if he is, but AJ has come out to say that they were legally married. There's also a contention that Lumba didn't have good relationship with the family. So obviously that will connect to Besiano because they're probably thinking the Onuntina he doesn't have a good relationship with the family. But I hear there are some other reasons. Now, obviously, the enemy of my enemy will be my friend. So if that is the case, then of course they will throw their weight behind the Akusia Sewano. The details of the relationship between Akusia Sewano and Lumba, we don't know. We all know that she's the first wife, but the details of the reason why we don't know. And I believe Akusia Sewa knew the whole entire time that there was the Sewa Bruni, Odo Bruni in the system, and she didn't fight it.
Right.
If she fought it too, we don't know. But there's no record that says that she fought that situation.
Papa,
so let's just be careful and just stay put and see how this thing unfolds. There's a whole lot of faces to this story.
Papa, when say so only me say will be etna. Now one warren crown now etna for more than 6 months. I don't know whether they passed that bill into law. You need to compensate that Nipano. Say Nipano can attest or your girlfriend or your fiance or whatever it is, no matter more than 6 months. Na say bibinina there was a law, not a law, a bill that Parliament was, I think, last 7 months, 7 years ago or something like that. At whether they have passed it as a law or not. It's just a girlfriend level, no crampono. So no what's nature, some level of you can't say beneficiary process as well. But
okay. All right, Akwaba, I think you have a take on this. What is your take on this?
Papa, so this is a question if you want. Sorry.
What is your take on the whole situation?
Assemble Yabotel, bra. Assemble Yabotel, Mama Kaka. Mera, when you bring Yabotel, now, are you okay? Would you be remono? A great jewelry. Would you have what some namming come as some couture? We will not some to say, okay, jewelry, Cassase. A year na. A dear, na, you propose to say, oh, here cry, not dear, but make me feel say, can there be just peace where can't I say, you know, be and kakra? Is that not possible, sir? Did they be no? And I just a book I say, yeah, joy na the any crying jahoko. So what's the problem? And if we're talking about legality, they are necessary. We are saying if and as a movie actually started, I'm typos to say, hey, was a bit I'm a chef, I'm YouTube videos, audios, nibi. And I feel so honest, I feel so sad for the one that small girl, right? The second Erano. Me feel bad man so I say wabra to egubisa because I say they need also at him the need also on her side the disrespect a also and also be a man bina ye nanimu sa party say wa nyehwe wa papa na brabo and said ya father kusi kana na koyete embra say e konim ramu dia net say which for me any fair because ebiana ante kra no so ne role play we jai kra ya da no or tini baby but ebia legally nya so the infant say nya ati so no nya ne but a running swabro nti why that social media phone na omo keka nsam ne yet and I said that's what it is me so obi betin am a little detail be movie exceed more than that is that what we are hearing sa na beko say the awaware no na o deserve papa ne nyoma na
Well, those are the dynamics we say we all don't. This America, it's a learning curve for all of us. We don't have full details of who should have what. But regardless, just like Bakus mentioned, regardless, there's no way the kid that we all know or Lumba has accepted as a member with Odo Brunino will be left hanging.
Okay.
If everything goes south against Odo Bruni Krana, the kid is taken care of. Again, if for any reason while they were together, so Lumba see then man, there's no way the ball can touch it.
Okay.
You understand? So I believe that the smart guy that we know Lumba is, I don't think he was going to jeopardize the lady's life and her kid's life, knowing that the law might not protect her or might not protect them. I think that is my thought process, and I stand corrected. I feel like Lumba will take care of this because I'm sure he saw this coming. I'm sure he could tell that there's a possibility that one day this is going to happen. In order for this problem not to be a problem, I'm sure we take care of your mother dad. Of course, it's very debatable. Again, like Baku said earlier, it's something that is morally right could be lawally wrong, and the same way something that is lawally wrong right could be morally right or wrong, whatever. So it's a matter of the law and morals. You understand? And see, what the law will say. If they are going to, sometimes there's a human touch to the law. Okay, the law might state this, and that. It's there, Madam Golda, you're already aware. The law might be you're already aware. However, there could be a human touch to it. That even though the law says this and this and this and that, we also know the contribution. The question I wanted to ask is
the law. Oh, I can't be there. You look up at the channel.
Human touch. More cannot you say Odo Bruni so contribute more. You can't just say on one inti Wabe it's a BB guys. Mimi the people say, then you'll be a bear and a chef for day. Say, Wabe Bibia mo pino, and I will bet Bibia market will be a thing. There's no way. So on the next night cry or ye animal or ye BB man, definitely. They will take that into account. It's one way they didn't know in your train away, no. A did at the end of the day, no, or one more frau, Wabemani BB. And as Papa said,
if not that, no nebuchadnezzar won't swim again. Oh, I say there are laws like that. It's no nebuchadnezzar. No, but my can enter. Just to not there, and you'll be Bob Brana, BB now, although the bossy can't come on.
Only for the girl, but for
other Americans, we see one shoe, Irabano. No, but won't feel in a crown in Natsana Bobra. 15 years of the town in Natana. Mongo videos more, Okitanensa. Man, one to be a wine and mammy.
Right,
abusuafo no de omo
and when you want to I want to abusuam say corner this your abusuapani o
what makes it so sad ne say okay akwa say almost say
okay
the ohene ba ne de ne papa ti ase okay this same abusuafo no when Odo Bruni was all over with Modeshia ni obi awo mbaaku mienu am se miensa osesey munim but ene die ono no betumi akan bia ma mienu no oni ho so hono na obehu se the first videos na buy no man bia na ose we abusu apan no he was granting interviews obi a Odeshia say Lumba atofom na you got a guard and you got the nerves Kennedy Japan you have that power to grant interview so you busu your pen kura ope peace You never speak on this issue at that first week of nipa modeshia kasiese atofo. It no when send your papa kan no is a moral lesson say otiasia and papa look at the way I'm not going to cite anybody as an example. Me and my papa me kosie no 2023. The abusuafo ne omo energy omo de ba ye ba be fum ajapade no. Yama police for catch omo so omo ntwen na omo ntie de wo wo ni mu so omo ba be di kwase asem wo fie o anse ya chichi omo atum. Omo tie wo ni mu nsem wie ye no papa me kan o ma ne hunu se enye obi na wo omo atiko se omo mfiri efie honko. Lawyer no ready wo ni wie ye hunu se chale wo tekura me papa nya bi amma busuafo no because onem moti ase no na onim relationship papa bi amodwe no ampani ampo wu ye nso mo amonsa wa bia because ni ma wa brochire eti afa de aduru Monday dia abusuapa ina tutu ni kuntunkuru agum emu ntutuo ti se ye ka ne sen atuduro e de ba be siwa ba be pe ajapade sesabio papa yi anhunya asase manko school ba o de mame nkoko ye we na menka manum asema wu a anka by now se machichi nkrofo agumu se makunkum obi mu aka menim eti ya yeti asese ya no se ukokan we ne life insurance ne sa niema no akire ye Ghana fo num bia moral lesson na meminya free Lumba de no se otiase a bibia opese otutu bia tutu ansa wako because otiase ya no I'm telling you say odobroni Lumba busuafo no de new odobroni papa no ko grant say YouTube interview ni na sefo no wo hu odobroni pen hwana ne ono na wo miensa enti wo fa kire say 10 years mo anti odobroni nka ene Lumba no be kan bia mama mienu no ono no ni ho nti no ene abusuapan ni aba be gangari ase ono no ba be ka ase nti abusuafo yeti ase especially as men who want to ye bia say obi aba be your papa and bibia awose o ye no yeah even if you are 10 you can say 20 years old or whatever ube insurance ama o yire no mamwa yet to sawa namo nansa because and don't think say so 90 years and so wuti we which when we watch na what you say me kan ya mo pese mo beti but you can die any moment from now it no whatever you want to do no she be a person ye no she answer we frasa so because eda we kan say gu bu a won to me can be ma nipa na wasum wo anase wo na bobra 1 or 2 ache no wo be gira ho your soul will be crying what you say Lumba okwa akotutu nyom who knows say odobro ni kura na ebia ode ni safufa ni tirimu ema ni nyansa ma natural lyrics ene ehu aba mfaso dia ene say nti abusuafo me dia me hu afiri mu no but I think I agree with Bakus to the extent say anya hwe kura kwara wo both ends obi abenya kakra afiri mu say Lumba kura wa anya wo kura which he is very smart guy he probably have multiple wills based on the asset ni yama. It you know that I agree with you but yeah you who say money to say mfie du woni nipa na wo abusuapan ni money to ya ebi kura dobro ni nanu aduane ama abusuapan ni dipen bene Lumba na obe he is the final say in the equation oni ho nti no obi amane nani ofuru difo iti de yan fam pie anko ba bia ya kura abusuafo ni ebenya bi na abusuapan ni manya bi di ahwe memba iti no as men, we have to be very cautious with these things. Your life insurance and chereso baby, by ye be too because a dog become so good. Bono, Umano, you didn't know what off or more ben 1 copes or your own papa. No, more you papa, dear me, walk on.
But one quick question. But more you know, most I take no more much. Sorry. Sorry. And for the Bacchus, as a wood, now you for the Bacchus. Up at 10,000 Biaman.
Men cross outside, no crowd make when you answer me.
Bacchus, it's okay. The acquired you are tea, and one answer would need done as well.
So on your side check. Okay, one.
Also, I was you. Madam. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Bacchus, me catch or playing fan. Mrs. and China me did the above for Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, into Momodia. Me kohena me di in this one, me no tembe any papa.
Na me pacho ya Vivi. Ma me go. Mwanya kakra de.
How far?
Ala.
And Papa Mamenka will so I think it's mostly we are saying things about US, but I don't know Ghana. But I'm saying Japan Pono say immediate family, wife, spouse now, kids are. It was you need any Japan bio. So why you will no one find you. It was you need a woman or spouse.
Even if it comes to that, there's no way although going in service from totally because number will be taken care of. So if
of course, whatever I'm the money, say oh no, the money sister. So she's basically gonna be the overseer of the money near man so mumbini and as unless say be a Lumba etro or will name say be they can have this until they can have it till they're 18 or something like that because most times Kumasi be no more well. Or me and we say, oh, me bano unya 18 uni access to this. Even unya 18 crampona after college now also to me degrees in baby na one near mom church 20 no. It's just I guess it's just we should all wait and see what Lumba put down.
So when the work activate baby.
Yeah, baby. Watch it, carry. Mommy gold.
Free, fala.
Step.
Step so can home.
Step.
Me refi 3. Moya 3. I didn't know so. I said na mubenya.
Don't forget the main Madam Golda.
Convertible no na de be mamu e be de convertible de mamu makoton no man chiska no. Mumenza. Ana
Yama betena ho na wo de brush ne wa pampem na betena ho say ya lo hu se wo hu bibi on.
Obi abe fine.
Mo de montra wala montie di okeka no obi abe fa obi abe.
Na person bobo me kan person bobo nkrofo bi di na me bi so ma sem bata na you no go grant me permission.
Na aye bia edru a ya vivi no mo ne Maami Gold mu ya ne ye aye ni mo nkuma afoi ye ti bi nkasa mo mo
enti si akwa me ne papa pa akwa ne pap capito mu no ye be o mo den
You know me, I'm always with royalty. Now guess who I found here? Her Excellency, Her Royal Highness, Miss Diana Hamilton. Monamano busy as each of.
What's it?
So
what's the meaning?
Comfort plus experience.
Angel.
What is going on?
But any event I mean around the world,
okay.
There me a lot of live events. Any personal live event or experience with Diana Hamilton, depending on Abu Pro. And by UK, in Ghana, different cities. Now, yes, it's the US. It's the US. It's in your shit. DMV. There's a command. It's the pay on internet.
So simple and short. So this event is going to be at the address is very simple. 10001 3021 10001 Aerospace Road, and it's in Lanham, Maryland. It starts at 5 p.m. If you can't find the address, just Google Redeemer's Chapel and in Lanham, Maryland. Now guess who else is going to be there? Millicent Yankee, Hetty Koji, Miss Nana, and then Kenneth Apia. So please make it a day. Next week, Saturday, I'll be there. So make sure you are there. 27th of September, 2025. I will see you.
I'll see you there. Get yourself a ticket. And jump on my website, DianaHamilton.com. You can get a ticket. You can also turn up at the gate and get a ticket.
Okay. And see, it was unfortunate. This event is tomorrow. If you are in the area, pull up. Let's go have fun. And enjoy the show. If you have seen her show before, you have ever witnessed her live performance before, I don't need to say anything. She is a powerhouse when it comes to stagecraft. Like she has a stage presence. She has what it takes to keep you on your feet the whole time. I have witnessed her twice, and I believe she will deliver tomorrow. I'm going to be there and see. I will go to my Abano. Look me up when you come through. Now, well, I want us to talk about this last one real quick, and then we can call it a night. Because early morning activity. President MAhama, there was an event with Chrome Hadi, I think with the UN General Assembly, the 80th anniversary, and he was given the opportunity to speak. Let me state that one of the people I personally look up to when it comes to public speaking, President MAhama, he actually studied how to talk, the communication, the mannerisms, his like the way he communicates publicly. He has everything it takes to be a mentor, a role model when it comes to public speaking, and he did not disappoint this time around either. Let me play a little bit of the video, and then we'll just talk about it briefly and call it a night. So this was how he was ushered in. But I have a quick question. Just first few seconds.
We will hear an address by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Here's my question, and I just need to be educated on this. Why is he coming from the back? Is he not supposed to be in the hall already? Why is he Bakus, Dr. Pope, AJ, any of you know why he's coming from the back?
I don't know, but I think it's a sense of speaker now, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the speakers are behind Anna.
Papa, I saw was it Senegal? Diana, the presentation Graonkai, Diana Pesokano. It was also coming from the back. I don't know whether they put them on another stage, not stage. I mean, if you are so they usher you in because you're coming to speak or something like that. But I also know free back say an microphone dinner.
Yeah, Papa, I think that if you're you're listed to speaker, they give you time to, I think, say you to go over your speech and over which audience in him. And then maybe after your speech, then you can go back into the audience and then you can also cheer other people on. But I don't think there is anything. Yeah, I think it's just what it is. Like you go back there, go over your speech a bit, or maybe you just sit and relax your nerves and all of that before you get on the podium.
Okay, all right. I was like, why is he coming from the back if he's part of the assembly? But I guess what you guys are saying makes a lot of sense. And maybe that answers my question.
Thank you.
No, Papa, sorry, before I saw my boyfriend Kobe.
Which one?
Ibrahim.
I don't think so. So I'm a politician.
He went with two people. The vice.
I don't think he went with the vice.
Vice who was there? Nana Jane.
So it was another lady.
No, I'm talking about Burkina Faso president. Now, why is that making?
We told you talking Ibrahim.
No.
I don't think he would. How can the president and the vice all travel at the same time? I don't think the vice was there. Bakus was the vice there. I think it was his wife and another woman. It wasn't the vice.
No, the vice cannot go. No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, okay, I get it because
That's a
also
vice for Ghana
stay
too.
behind.
Yeah, they can
Yeah,
vote to
ọmụ mmienu
president
nyinaa
and
ntumi
one.
nti
So
kwa
that's
it's either sɛ vice ne bɛba anaasɛ
Yeah,
president ne bɛba, one of them have to go represent. No, they both can. No.
it was him, a blacker, and I think one other lady,
Yeah,
probably
it
the
wasn't.
wife. Yeah,
I think that was the wife. There's no way the vice and the president can travel at the same time. Be positive.
and so I can Speaker of Parliament, be president.
Yeah,
Now,
but that
now,
can
now,
only happen when one is sick and one has to travel. But there's
now,
always one in it.
now say a British, we say the kings we say for no. But you can't the man inside the same plane moon to coin. Prince Charles. And Prince Harry, anyway, so mano, they can never go travel on the same plane. They have to go on different ways.
Yeah, baby Kosia.
Okay. Yeah, Kojo, I think it makes sense. It makes sense. So they have to walk him through how to use stuff like that. Okay. All right.
President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At this 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I'd like to speak about Africa's role in the future of this organization. However, it's impossible to do that without first considering the collective role that Africa played in its founding, which was small and relatively insignificant. Of the 51 member states involved in the founding of the United Nations in 1945, only 4 were African: Egypt, Ethiopia, Liberia, and South Africa. It is important to point out that the United Nations came into being in the aftermath of World War II because of the inability of its predecessor, the League of Nations, to avert a large-scale global conflict, which had been its guiding purpose when it was founded in 1920 at the end of the First World War. Out of the 42 founding member states of the League of Nations, only 3 were African: Liberia, the Union of South Africa, and Ethiopia. Egypt was to join later in 1937. Africa's overall participation in the organization's founding was minimal and relatively unimportant. That's because before all the other talks and meetings, representatives from a group of 14 nations gathered in Berlin for a series of discussions that began in 1884 and which led to the partitioning and formal colonization of the African continent, which is also called the Scramble for Africa. It has famously been written that past is prologue. Well, in the past, the majority of the 54 nations that now comprise Africa were never offered a seat at the table where plans for a new world order were being drawn. But, Madam President, as fate would have it, the tables are turning, and Africa's role in the authorship of whatever is yet to come for this world is going to be huge, and it will be consequential. According to this organization's own projections, by the year 2050, more than 25% of the world's population is expected to come from the African continent. Additionally, by 2050, 1/3 of all young people aged between 15 to 24 will be residing on the African continent. So you see, the future of this world is African. Allow me to say this once again a little louder for those of you in the back. The future is African. Already today, Africa is a catalyst for human potential and development, as well as for economic reform and ecological stability. Africa is a catalyst for systemic change. If this reality, which is fact-based and straightforward, seems provocative or unsettling, perhaps it's because you are viewing it through the lens of centuries of filters, colonialism and imperialism, and the resulting implicit bias. Maybe you are unaware of the resilience of African nations or their remarkable ability to make a strong comeback just when you think it's safe to count them out. That is what is happening right now in my own country, Ghana. Our constitution limits leaders to 2 4-year terms. In January, I was sworn in for a second term, which, let me point out, was non-consecutive with my first term. Our currency, the Ghana cedi, was rapidly depreciating, faced with rising inflation, a huge debt burden, and low morale amongst our citizens. My new administration settled down quickly and embarked on an ambitious program of comprehensive transformation designed to restructure Ghana's economic foundation and enhance our competitive standing globally. We refer to this process of recalibration as our reset agenda. In just 8 months, we have achieved significant reduction in inflation from 23.8% in December 2024 to 11.5% in August 2025, restoring price stability for our citizens. Additionally, our currency, the Ghana cedi, has appreciated considerably against other currencies, with Bloomberg reporting it as the best performing currency in the world at one point. Our improved sovereign credit rating reflects increasing investor confidence in our economy. And our 24-hour economy initiative promises to transform our economy. And there's a renewed willingness amongst our people to trust that their elected officials have Ghana's interests at heart and that we're progressing together. Madam President, I believe that in honor of this milestone celebration, the United Nations should also embark on a process of serious recalibration and establish its own reset agenda. Since the organization's founding, the number of UN member nations has nearly quadrupled. And quite frankly, it is not the same world that it was back then when the UN was formed. I mentioned earlier that I began my second non-consecutive term as president this past January. My first term ended in January 2017. In that span of time, 8 years, the world has changed with such ferocity. My first days in office after my return felt as though I had just awakened from a Rip Van Winkle-style sleep. Now, no, that was only after 8 years. Imagine then what it would be like after 80 years since the founding of the United Nations. In 1945, the sun had not yet set on the largest empire in history. The most common mode of international travel was by sea. The personal computer had not been invented, let alone made portable. And television, a new convenience, was still in its infancy, albeit in black and white color. Relations between the US and the Soviet Union were turning frosty, with Winston Churchill declaring that an iron curtain has descended across the European continent. Fast track 80 years on, in today's world, hundreds of thousands of commercial flights take off and land every day. Libraries have been digitized so that volumes of literature can exist on a small device, small enough to fit inside your pocket. We live in a world of cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, social media, the internet and its dark hidden dungeon of the dark web, all of which carry a potential threat to global peace and security. Climate change is real, and we're fighting a losing battle against the loss of Maldives and other island nations to the rising sea level, against the loss of Timbuktu to desertification and the Amazon forest to global warming and deforestation. Madam President, the UN Founding Charter is outdated when it comes to representation in this August Assembly. The most powerful post-World War II nations are still being rewarded with an almost totalitarian guardianship over the rest of the world. And yet, the first sentence in Chapter 2, Article 1 of the UN Charter declares that the organization is based on the principle of sovereign equality of all its members. If this were true, and was the case, a continent as large as Africa, with its numerous UN member states, would have at least one permanent seat on the Security Council. Furthermore, we believe that veto power should not be restricted to only 5 nations, nor should it be absolute. There must be a mechanism in this House for the General Assembly to challenge a veto. No single nation should be able to exercise an absolute veto to serve its own interests in a dispute. In 1995, during the 50th anniversary of the United Nations, Nelson Mandela stood in this very spot, and he said, the United Nations has to reassess its role, redefine its profile, and reshape its structures. It should truly reflect the diversity of our universe and ensure equity among the nations in the exercise of power within the system of international relations in general, and the Security Council in particular, I close quotations. 30 years later, we African leaders are still making the same simple request for a permanent seat on the Security Council with the power of a veto. So today, Madam President, I stand here in this exact spot and ask the world, if not now, then when? We demand not only a reform of the Security Council, but also a reset of the global financial architecture, which is currently rigged against Africa. Africa must have a greater say in the world's multilateral financial institutions. And while I'm making requests, I'd like to call for the removal of the blockade on Cuba. As Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our nation's founder, famously said, we seek to be friends with all and enemies to none. The Cuban people shed their blood on African soil in the fight against apartheid. And indeed, Cuba has been and continues to be a faithful friend of Africa. You see, the very fact that I can stand here and ask these things and say these things, and the fact that all nations can ostensibly gather here to address critical global issues, air our grievances, and express our concerns, that is what makes the survival of this organization so important. In every old city or village, you'll find a town square or a courtyard or a plaza that once served as a gathering space for the citizens of the community and their leaders. Meetings and celebrations were held there, as were trials and elections. And these were spaces that brought people together and held them together as a community. Sadly, time and technology have eroded these spaces. Madam President, in many ways, the United Nations is the proverbial town square of our modern global village. And it has never been more critical for us to protect this one space that brings and holds the world nations together as a community. The internet, social media platforms, and artificial intelligence offer us the illusion of connectivity, when in fact, what they do is reinforce isolation by using algorithms that ensure that we do not receive new ideas and perspectives, but rather more of the same content. We are served alternative facts and manipulated images, making it easy to disseminate disinformation and sow seeds of division amongst communities. Madam President, these are dangerous times. Our world is currently experiencing a rise in nationalism and economic instability. There's a general breakdown of multilateralism. Various acts of aggression have been committed against the sovereignty of others, and nations are attempting to circumvent the very safeguards that were put in place to prevent large-scale global conflict. These conditions are all too similar to the ones that led to the League of Nations' failure in fulfilling its mandate. The denial of visas to President Abbas and the Palestinian delegation sets a bad precedent and should be deeply worrying to all member nations of the United Nations. Ghana recognized the state of Palestine in 1988 and supported a two-state solution to the conflict since then. And I say, contrary to the claims of some, a two-state solution would not be a reward for Hamas. It would rather be a reprieve for the hundreds of thousands of innocent women and children and people who are facing collective punishment and forced starvation for no reason other than the fact that they are Palestinian. For nearly 2 years and for the fear of reprisals, we here in this General Assembly have been playing hide and seek with language to find the right words to help us avoid or excuse what we all know is taking place in Gaza. But here's the thing, it doesn't matter what you call it. If it looks like a duck, it swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, well, then it must be a duck. The crimes in Gaza must stop. The crimes in Gaza must stop. Madam President, I also want to draw particular attention to the conflict in Sudan, which this body has described as the world's largest humanitarian crisis. 12 million people have had to flee their homes. And when we speak of migration, we refer to the 12 million new Sudanese refugees, whom we as a global community should be willing to assist in much the same way that many member nations readily assisted new refugees coming out of Ukraine. Let's dispense with the euphemisms and dog whistles and speak frankly. It is not a mystery that when leaders of Western nations complain of their migration problems, they are often referring to immigrants from the global south. But many of those immigrants are climate refugees. And interestingly, the global north emits 75% more greenhouse gases than the global south. However, the effects of climate change are more severe in the global south because we lack the resources to address them effectively. And so when the desert encroaches on our villages and towns and they become unlivable, we are forced to flee. Wassan Shire, a Somali-born prophet, a Somali British poet born in Kenya to Somalian refugee parents, was London's first youth poet laureate. She writes in her poem titled Home. And it says, you have to understand that no one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land. No one bends their palms under trains beneath carriages. No one spends days and nights in the stomach of a truck feeding on newspaper unless the miles traveled mean something more than just a journey. Madam President, we cannot normalize cruelty. We cannot normalize hatred. We cannot normalize xenophobia and racism. If we're going to tell a story, let's not tell it slant. Let's tell all the truth. When we speak of migrants, we speak of Mami Ewusi Mensah Frimpong, a judge on the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. She's the first black female judge on any of California's 4 federal district courts. She was born here in America to immigrant parents from Ghana. We speak of Peter Bosman, a medical doctor in Ghana who moved to the town of Piran in Slovenia in the 1980s and later became the first black mayor of Piran, the first black mayor in Slovenia and in the whole of Eastern Europe. We speak of T. Michael, the iconic Ghanaian Norwegian artist and designer. And of course, we speak of the late Kofi Annan, former United Nations Secretary General. Former United Nations Secretary General and Nobel Peace Prize recipient, who was born in Ghana, but spent his adulthood in various places in America and Europe. These are people who have brought great distinction to the countries that they decided to call home. Just as the migrants and the children of migrants before them did, I dare say, these are not invaders. These are not criminals. Madam President, the slave trade must be recognized as the greatest crime against humanity. As the African champion on reparations, Ghana intends to introduce a motion in this August body to that effect. More than 12.5 million Africans were forcibly taken against their will and transported to create wealth for the powerful Western nations. We must demand reparations for the enslavement of our people and the colonization of our land that resulted in the theft of our natural resources, as well as the looting of artifacts and other items of cultural heritage that have yet to be returned in total. We recognize the value of our land and the value of our lives, as did our colonizers, as well as the governments that happily paid reparations to former slave owners as compensation for the loss of their property in quotes. And that property for which they received compensation was paid, referred to enslaved people who had been freed. Madam President, an increasingly insecure world is witnessing upward spending on defense budgets of bilateral partners and steep cuts in official development assistance. Since July 2024, it is estimated that there's been a 40% drop in humanitarian aid globally. In this era of global uncertainty, Africa must exercise sovereignty over its natural resources to raise the necessary funds to ensure the well-being of its citizens. The days of parceling out vast concession areas to foreign interests for exploitation must come to an end. We'll continue to welcome foreign investment, but we must negotiate better for a bigger share of the natural resources that belong to us. And we must insist on value addition to these resources. We're tired of the continued image of poverty-stricken, disease-ridden rural communities living at the periphery of huge foreign-controlled natural resource concession areas. We're tired of having people extract the most they can from us and in return offer us the very least by way of respect, consideration, and dignity. We're tired of not being represented in ways that reveal the richness and complexity of our history or acknowledge all that we have overcome to arrive here in this liminal space of untold possibilities. Allow me to echo the Indian-American writer Arundhati Roy, who wrote, "Another world is not only possible, she is on her way. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing." I want to add that for the sake of Africa, and quite selfishly for the sake of my 18-year-old daughter, I hope that this new world that is arriving is a place of safety and equality for women and girls. To succeed, we must empower everyone, including women and girls, to reach their full potential. In closing, Madam President, I'd like to congratulate you on your election to preside over this historic 80th General Assembly and on being the fifth woman to hold this distinction. I'd also like to congratulate Her Excellency Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman on being the first woman Vice President of Ghana. Now every Ghanaian girl knows the heights to which she can ascend. Words matter, but issues of representation matter even more, which is why Ghana looks forward to the appointment of a woman as Secretary General of this organization in the near future. Madam President, Your Excellencies, I thank you for your kind attention.
So, as someone who admires public speaking, this caught my attention. If you are into public speaking, you see stuff like that. And yes, granted, he was reading from a teleprompter or whatever, but his mannerism, the way he puts meaning. It's one thing reading, and another thing making meaning of what you are reading. The way he put meaning into every sentence, the way he emphasized all the necessary words, the way I bring it. You can't sleep through a speech like this. You cannot, So I duck my heart for. As for MAhama, when it comes to public speak, I even admire him more than Obama. I used to admire Obama a lot, but I would say that I have, because first of all, I can relate more to MAhama than to Obama, of course. And my way of talking, Charlie, it's on a whole different level. But the content of the speech, I thought it was, if it's not the most powerful, one of the most powerful speeches that I've heard from John MAhama. I'm not sure how much of a role he played in writing the speech, or whoever wrote this, but that was a very powerful, direct speech. Like, he didn't mince words. He went straight to facts. He went straight to situations. He was clear on how Africa feels, or how Ghana feels about the way we are treated for our own resources. Now, let me leave the panel to also put in their words before I say whatever else I want to say. Dr. Bacchus, your take on this speech?
Yeah, I think it's powerful. But my mimi who said, most of the time, they be a walk or come at this speech is in some way say what Kenya waka. At the end of the day, nothing happens, and we go back the same way. You the same thing. Nothing happens. So and fair who ready say no. So one buya because me who says Sahel for the worst ones is here. I see you the International Court of Justice was there. They don't want to be part again because Say asem si Africa na wo bua obotu abetiri bi wo ho wode na akọ ma obeye no waye but niam bebre ekoso a Putin so wo ho oye niam oye wo fi so ya papa wontumi nkọkire no bi na ono so won kọ no won kọ jail na won kọ ebe nti I say ye castle your words no but actions no is so small your limited power in what we say words are very powerful words but actions na be back no ye ni bi and or can't be about Palestine and water. But those who are committing those crimes are still there. Obi ala yon hwe, but the African you know anka me yesho say nka BBC. How speech is very powerful. And I think say Nanado so the last speech also making was also powerful, but still nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, was you see and then we are KB we what the question 1 or 2 TV coffee be what the kakra or do we one your own way.
Actually, Pakus actually, this is the way you ban now. You go for 5 years multiple.
Yes.
Speech in your I
I think they are doing well. They are doing very, very well. The government is doing well. Maybe I shared previously, and normally when they come within the first, second, and third year, fourth year, why are they? But the chief corner, I would say, no, the goodwill is there. And also demonstrations, people are not even paying attention to those things. Also comment and make or post their efforts. People don't care about where you are, but all I'm saying is, what cancer no actions they follow no, it doesn't befit the words.
Or much.
No. Because what we want to casa 1 or 2 beer. Now, my grant, or back say yengi. Oh, Benji, when you add this one, then strings are attached. What I say? Yeah, it's words in the Rebecca, but power in a powerful words. Words are powerful, but actions there. Words don't mean anything. No. You can say I can say I'm a millionaire, but it doesn't do anything. Some old work way. Or back Casana Upa, Dinton among Cassa, war, Namukasa, you say, okay, what else? In Calcarea, like I said to Maya, Monco true, ni paying that Ramamo within a week, Munya who be near Musa Muya Bibi, into before I ever you and General Assembly Akono. No way take action. What I say, no way, okay, one fine entry. Be what's one fine entry, wouldn't won't say, but to say, ma, your politicians with their platforms and some are working. Papo ye bono ye bonsim at the end of the day na for each. So me who say words, not any action be a powerful words, but nothing to write home about. Sada mekano.
Okay, all right. Ako, your take. Ako. Okay, Dr. Pope, Yanko.
Okay. I think so. Probably knows my stance with MAhama and I have a baby say I'm being partial, but I think Papa to answer 1 or 2 of the questions now beside I heard him speak about some of these things when he was in opposition, Wabra, or more interview or some of these international media stations, And in some no be what when to say the passion behind the orkano. I should be a adibi ashena kumama oka. Even if you don't do anything about it, say let us those that they don't know very important. Now, as to how that speech is very powerful one, and then he just said the one akuma so pesoka. At the end of the day, ochenano onihobiema. At least someone has spoken about it, and generation now if you free Africa no, almost things and and then they are moving towards a certain terrain. I want to say why are they? As a say Wababe represented not only Ghana but was also represented African countries, because if there's some other African countries, Numbia, it was Senegal. I'm President young guy, and I'm taking no she green shirt or something like that. Obejina ho, I didn't opus or PowerPoint also then another Emma. He couldn't even phantom to speak. Alka Papa, Obi a so what will be Kurana say available or presentation is not showing now. Just say to me who outline crab be on share.
Let me come in right here. First of all, never. Speaking in public is not an easy feat.
Of course, Papa, you know, sir.
Never. You can prepare all you want. One glitch can take you off. Like one little glitch can take you off. And a big platform. Maybe that was his first time ever being on a big platform like that. Maybe a technical glitch that can sway you off. Don't hold it against him.
No. Me holding against it, but me can't be see as I'm so say. It didn't Emma representation na MAhama, President MAhama Ayano, and only Ghana, but to Africa as a whole. Now, as to how they are going to take it or the benefit that should come after it, Dr. Bekuska Assembly, which is true, you can't say nothing happens. But if you listen to what MAhama said, for something to happen, there has to be a representation. Okay, how can you have 52 or 54 members, only 3 of them, 3 no krampono, they don't have any relevance in your security measures, in how you allocate funds, in how you go about with providing avenues for those resources, they are not represented. That clearly explains why we go there and we speak, but they don't take us seriously. And that's what MAhama said. He is hoping that, and I said, in the, this year, whatever years in the domain, there should be a representation of Africa in the security, not only security sector, but economic benefits Nyama wana omutumi eshema the bigger the Western world nunya home faswala. Yemfa yen crofonum bin so ensha. So at least
but let me ask you, do you think this is the first time this has been brought up?
Papa, yes, this is not the first time, but the same way African American they were looking for representation continuously. If you don't speak about it, it becomes dead. But when you talk about it, it brings life. It is a President Nana Dokai or Monfi, President MAhama Babeka, your next president, being it MPP side or NDC side, no, Omunyanoka na you can say Burkina Faso or Nigeria president Suka, all of them saying it like that consistently, no, it's going to say something. But Obian can, and I say you cannot say if you saw more influence, you can a better hope. I think sometimes
I mean I see your point, but just like Baku said, these things are not new. They are being said. Every assembly, something like that is said.
Right.
I think it's time that we do something beyond.
Now, Papa, you're saying
that's one of the examples that Bakus gave. That let's put some mandate, one way or the other, because just saying it, just like you're saying, very good speech.
Papa,
so let's put a mandate like, hey, we demand that by the next General Assembly, we should have a representation.
And which he said in his speech.
He did say that basically was saying it would be nice to have representation. 2 different things. Demanding to have representation and
Papa,
nice to have representation.
But Papa,
and that's what we're saying over the years. We've been saying that it would be nice, but I think what Bakus is trying to say is that it's time for us to move from suggesting to
Papa, how do you okay, I just want to give a very simple example. Yen power we are and I have veto power to make something work for specific countries, for specific people and others. Nipa for me semakura say no. I'm not even part of the veto power na bema didn't happen. I'm not. All what I can say is to bring it to your attention that Master, adi ye nipa for ye won't be, but more ye free, and therefore a man yes ye honor na munya niema be brain free. It is the only thing I can say more is to let you know how it's affecting me and how is I'm not being recognized. Because at the end of the day, if you are going to vote right now, and that will answer what Bakus is saying.
He asked for representation so that we can also have a veto power. Now, what we are also saying is that what action is Africa going to take to ensure just saying it has been done?
But actually, guy where you know free some of the Niama from France and so that they can build their own thing, right? It's the action not made to us you. There's one thing of the action, and there's one thing that you can do. There is Trump can say, "Oh my aid beyond Ghana." Mahama won't figure out how to handle their own stuff. They are figuring it out, right? It's no say Mahama and crop for figure their ways out. Wababe can say, "Mudia mufina no problem." Waka amamati say in the next word, muamu statistics each say yenye hona niema bebrebe free aba. And the minu can say Dangote in Nigeria is supplying America with fuel. Okay, which has been something that probably if it has existed, I don't know, but from the past 40-something years, you can't say ABA movie survival as I say, you won't say Africa need supply America for with fuel. But now this dude is doing that. So that should tell you, say yeah, catch Ramona Sabunti because Munamu veto power. Now, yes, you fire with you. And Mahama just made it clear in there, say, yeah, fire with you, move here and no problem. Munamu veto power. But now this Burkina Faso guy is not getting on G8 from more. Ghana ni Burkina Faso, Kokabum, no, we bet me a sort to a out. And Kitin, or mobile sort to a moon out. Ube who has Nigeria become one, no more so sort to a moon. Eventually, no.
That is the action at this point we prefer. That is the action that we prefer, not the word. You see,
you get the same thing. Actually, no, a bit much as so obviously, no, some of them will follow, but it's good to let you know, sir. Even though you are not allowing me to vote, it's a munona mood, you know. We are seeing it.
The fact of the matter is that the reason why some of these words cannot follow through with any action is because and that's the end of the speech. And that's what we have been through all these years. They'll come and speak nicely, very nicely worded speeches, okay? But then the actions do not follow because you come here. Look, I'm going to give you a typical example. One of the top people in the NDC party back in the day, Maboni did that, so I'm not going to mention. Back in the day, that meaning serve on General Assembly.
UCC.
General Assembly for all the universities in Ghana. I was a member of the General Assembly, but I was representing my hall in UCC. There was a time where we had to go on Aluta because of our student loan situation. At the time, NDC was in power. So it was this guy and 3 others that were sent to go and represent us. Yana yako na omuma yetina echi na ye twen so omun kombra nti echi na omu akwese demo. That time PV Obeng was the man they went to go meet. PV Obeng and a few others, I don't remember the name. Bimba ye this share leaders in muso omun found kono. When they came back, the energy was different. Because apparently to almost say you school you on your own. So be careful. This person is a big time NDC man as we speak. But at the time of he was a full-blown NPP person.
Right.
You understand? So these are some of the problems that we face. Or the film account. But you see with you, and then they have 30 action.
About which I like you the example you just made. For example, Burkina Faso guy. Allegations say because say omo person omo kum no bebre enya ni ho African for no omo wo ni China omo jiji bribe trying to take his life. Say foreign nations involvement can who say whatever it is. Papa no the ebesi. We are not going to ignore that, but Papa, this one thing, say me no no boom say me Jimmy for, and therefore me can't say no be a umfi, me can't umfi. I bet you whatever MAhama said there, and I said me no Papa or what, something is going to trigger you. Say branch in some walking or funny one as to how you are going to do it, as to if your people will unite so that you guys come together and boycott us or whatever. No, fine. But Papa, I bet you say Ghana senior Burkina Faso guy if you got near out. Now say MAhama needs a Burkina Faso guy collaborate. Now omutumi say we can figure some things out. Now we can get them involved. And look, the reason why yanya yakade say yabama bu wa niema no be hun say yan krofo na omohihye afono a na ya gene yeko. Fine. But I bet you say there is one person or two people be more upon all the other people no bejeno. They are going to try to do their best. And it's good to let people know, say, look, but the world is not going to remain as you thought. It's not cite a whole example. In some way, I agree with you and Dr. Berkus. Say, in some year, can, but I bet you, in some no can no be fear. One day, a baby fee, one day, something will happen. Because and then Ghana to me figure out a way some money in Nigeria for between fewer everywhere about they can collaborate to just fewer Ghana and Nigeria and it's a few West Africa. Na papa yanti hanom na some time ago na Ghana to me electricity at the other African countries.
So let's give it time. Let's give time.
Let's give time some time. But Unia, the American say, and as to visa now, we normally left here free one no. Whichever way, Ebimo say is a way for you to bring refugees to Ghana back and forth. I don't know some no the important thing is say name file am a minu bia. I'm a 5 years with multiple entry. First nank and niho. It is a word
I sing enjoy on man.
Ose
trap you what are they going to do?
Within this couple of months, no, who out the say you go and renew so that you get the updated one. Because it was one entry and all those it within that Obana Ewuna Kwako renewal, then you can benefit from the most updated one. And of course, I don't know about Nigeria, but at least whether I say it's a better trade or whatever it is, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, Mimi Gidi said one day, I be before no yes say and we shouldn't give up easily. Something will happen, Baba. Would you win busy? And there, my program of president.
They starting to say point them. because I'm sorry. Hey, rhyme you what? What the rhyme? This is bad.
Bass, my nigga.
Yeah, the OBBRC. We have received 14 deportees and gave visa from our country. As our the bullets. Deportees are the real. Yeah, but you will be at 30 seconds now after the video now, baby. Like about this, yeah, go.
Yeah, my man can say if Africa should unite, yeah, baby, and put more kind of, we have to come together. And we once had somebody leading UN from Ghana.
Mm-hmm.
We had that opportunity, and how the whether, but I'm so yeah, but the only thing we can do as Africans is for us to get together, and work together for a common goal. And may I say, oh yeah, and I won't say could be. That is the only problem we have. Obia per se, but if both you work together, it's mightier than people back pay. That is why I am to me, na neda me catch Ruby. Abrofo one shed and ye person kumia bibris. If you are working, boy, one shed and can say, what person no ODye, but what try so best spread in kaka. If before I'm saying, you pay young the door. And now I Nanka resources are a war, Nyansa a war. We can come together and do something. You between a tree and wifi, one was suppressing, but we can't do it because Mali on Tiasi, Mali ni Ghana ni Tiasi, Burkina ni Nigeria ni Tiasi. That is the problem we have. Since you have been you between are successful. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Ako ni sure that you ada.
Yeah,
so what can be and I still you can be.
Oh, my weird Obiase. Yeah, bet me I come Maryland, yeah, be come Maryland. Yeah, into me come Maryland, so no you be yeah. That before for.
The guy who said to see come on kitty. Yeah, no TikTok. They're trying to build a presence over there too. We will try and see if we can integrate TikTok to this stream here. I'm going to work together with IT groups and figure it out. I'm sure it's doable. Yeah, the idea is Africa. Yeah, the idea everything is doable. And I put today.
More integration, Kwandia.
Yeah. More integration. We just need to figure out the system stream code, and then we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, I'll find out what that stream code is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the and then any KyeiNWom anything come on. I brand be on social media and also we take it the level therefore be for your impressions now. Yeah, very, very talented young now you need Madam Golda and headmistress of Swiss School. We had a very lengthy, interesting conversation with her. So we may see the video will still be on our page from what the Anna Kona. If you follow me on TikTok, say Papa baby they go search, ne follow me. Send a bear, na send a bear, yes, call live via was NTBia will be integrating both social both social media platforms, means Facebook and TikTok. But for now, Wednesdays is strictly on TikTok. We had a very, very interesting conversation last Wednesday. I promise you a more interesting. But I remember I am more random because a man I no more ambushing me. Now, me am about my element. I did a fun 9 people. Last Friday, I had 8 women against me. What can I do?
I'm a stream code, no.
Oh, stream code, yes. It's just how to get the stream code.
Yeah, to get it, you have to just click live and it will generate because it expires at every life, and then time of Peko life, you know.
Yeah, but what do you become answer? Because maybe me click here, it doesn't generate anything. I don't know what.
Okay.
What's it? A jewelry in kind of Black Chan, my co-pilot. What's it, Dr. Bakusinka, the Honorable himself, the Right Honorable Doctor. And there's another bread, aka Dr. Bakus, the Vim Nation. What's it? Akosia David Beyonce spoke. What's it, Dr. Pope, the CEO of Lolly Cash? Yes, is here rating the 1239. If I just won't download the body and download the wire. Let's send the Sikako. I'm on put his Ghana. And Tibia, Brunian, the Boba. That's sending Kaka, send a bear, Brunian, Babane, and your big face. Show was produced by a very wicked producer by name of Sister V. It must be Benjamin coming now, Munyamin Shaw, let me did radio who chair me a friend of Papa Bikuyan. They only say on radio the whole of the diaspora. The animal night won't just go hard get transformed. So we got from the Rose, my Jews come up. And that's the